request to be excused. We have Chair Wright that called in. We have Russell that's going to be late. Clara. Is there any other? Fremont, you need to be excused or no? Oh, he's going to be late. Okay. Pamela's going to be late. Anybody else that needs to be excused for today or 2:30? Okay. Another request, and we need a motion for the excuses. Norman's going to be gone for medical.
I'll make the motion.
Motion by Martha first.
Right, I'll be off after lunch too.
Second by Ray.
Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, I'm going to need to be excused probably about between 1:30 and 2. I'm going to be at Sanford Hospital.
Okay. We've got a motion and a second. We need a question. Question by Micah. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Online. Online, Neil.
Yes.
Donna.
Yes.
Dwight.
Oh,
Eileen.
Yes.
Steve.
Yes.
13.
Opposed.
0.
Not voting.
0.
Motion carried. We have agenda approval. We have casino, gaming, and Redco on there, and we'll go back to our regular agenda. We finished early. Anything that needs to be added probably can come under the unfinished business for all the agenda. Pam, and then Lisa.
Good morning, Council Administration. Chairman, do you think we can have IHS come down today, this afternoon? There's a lot of concerns out there with the ER department and things that are happening up there. So I don't know if any of the other reps are getting any phone calls, but
I could have her come down on our regular agenda. But I'm not going to add it to this agenda.
well, you're putting our regular agenda.
I'm going to go back to our regular agenda and I'll call for her to come down. Okay?
It's like,
Okay. Lisa?
thank you.
Good morning, Council Administration. Is gaming going to be here today?
I don't think so. No.
Did he call in and ask to be excused?
No. I haven't heard from him. So,
Is it possible to put Redco first?
yeah, it's up to the council if you want to do that first. Donna,
Is it okay with council if Redco goes first? Yeah, okay.
since he brought donuts, he's
Good morning, Council Administration. Where are we when we go back to our regular agenda?
I kind of got the word that you want some of the education stuff on her, so we go back to education when we get back onto the regular agenda, talk about is that what, that's, yeah,
Okay, so I'll leave it on.
okay, yeah.
Thank you.
Lisa, then Jordan.
Also, at the last council meeting, we did request a report from you on the private home renovations. We're able to get that together?
Private home renovation, the construction office. He came down this morning, he got a list of all the repairs that he has. There's no names on it, just a list of all the repairs and amounts.
Where they're at with it?
Yeah.
Will we be going over that after?
We can when we get back to the regular agenda. Okay. Gordon.
Good morning. Sometime today, can we talk about clothing orders? School starts August 15th, so we kind of need to have a discussion on that and decide what we're going to do.
Okay, need a motion to approve the agenda. Ray, second by Martha, question by Lisa. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Online, Neil?
Yes.
Eileen,
Yes.
Dwight,
Oh,
Steve,
Yes.
13,
opposed,
0,
not voting.
0.
Motion carried. Okay, we're on the agenda. There was a request that we have Redco on because they brought donuts.
Didn't see that.
County Wash Day, everybody. Thanks for having me. I'm glad to be here, handing out the report. This month's presentation, wanted to go over something we've been working on for a couple of years now, since 2019. And it's our rebranding efforts that we've been doing. We last month officially rolled out to our employees that our organizations, Redco, Sioux CDC, and Tatanka funds will all now be marketed under the Sioux brand. We started this in 2019. Weezypaw was able to secure some grant funding that allowed us to bring in some marketing people to help us do this. The reason we are doing this is, one, we've grown pretty quickly or pretty extensively over the last 5 years. We have multiple subsidiaries. We spun off the Sioux CDC in efforts to keep the momentum that we have going with our nonprofit activities and our community-based activities. Tatanka funds, is a separate entity as well, but still under our umbrella. We noticed that a lot of our employees didn't quite know, where they fit under the whole thing. A lot of community members, tribal council reps, also came up asking questions. So in an effort to simplify, and unify not only all of our subsidiaries, but our employees, we brought under this name. Obviously, Sioux, our traditional name, was an obvious choice. We did a lot of asking questions about ourselves of where do we want to go as an entity, what are we doing, and we're really trying to hold ourselves to our values, and this is a big part of that, of walking the walk, if you will, instead of rather just talking the talk. Quickly, on the legal side, Redco, all these entities still exist. That's what their legal name is. This is more of a trademark of what we are going after. Again, making sure all of our employees, our entities know, what our mission is. What are we doing here? What are we, we're here obviously to create businesses, create jobs, but create services and opportunities for our tribe and our tribal members. And, in the past, year or so, working to roll this out, obviously have the new logo, but working, again, to ensure that all of our employees know this, know where we're at, really a unifying effort, exactly what we are doing, what we are about, what each piece, what each subsidiary, their piece of the puzzle is to help us, again, create jobs, create opportunities for our tribe and our tribal members. So something we're extremely excited about. I'm happy to be bringing this to you. It's a joyous occasion. Obviously brought some donuts, but we also have Robert and Ashlyn here from our team that have brought some of the swag, as we've got t-shirts with our new logo to hand out to everybody, and some stickers and whatnot. So, and something, really excited about. This is when you see Sioux Co. It's been a lot of it, put on social media recently. Just know that means Redco, Sioux CDC, Tatanka funds, and all of our entities, as a whole. This is who we are. One other, I guess I forgot to say, reason we do that, we work with a lot of different partners, a lot of different vendors. And it is kind of get a little bit complicated, again, saying, Sioux CDC is here. We're operating with Redco, under Redco, where does it all fit? This has really helped. We've got a lot of good feedback from people and partners that we work with about this as well. I guess I could open it up to any questions on the change on that.
Any questions for Clay? Sounds like a good idea, Clay. Good, Donna, go ahead.
Good morning. I just wanted to, on page 7, they did come to the education committee for the resolution. That this, oh, no. The one at the school.
Yeah, the immersion school.
Yeah.
Yep.
I just wanted to, that there's this resolution.
Excellent. Thank you. That's another part of what we've been doing. We're extremely excited about. Again, just making sure everybody knows that we're that entity along with all the many others. We're all under the same umbrella, which obviously under the tribe, but it got confusing for us individually as well. So wanted to bring clarity to that, but I appreciate that. Really proud of what the school's been doing, the growth we've been doing. They will be, operating out of the new building on Main Street in Mission here starting this year. That's been completely built out, renovated by Rosebud Construction. Excited about adding another grade, and thank you again for your support on that.
We need our immersion. The other thing is the Citronga propane. We're going to be having our two-strike community meeting here coming up, I think next week. Is someone able to come to our meeting and give us an update on the propane and
Which day is it again?
Two-strike community.
What day? Sorry.
It's the first Tuesday in August, so
First Tuesday.
August 2nd, maybe?
Okay, I'll ask Travis to be there.
Okay, thank you.
Ray and then Dara
Good morning, Clay. Thank you for coming.
and
Oh.
Lisa.
Looking through your report here, I don't see anything on any cannabis efforts. So I guess where's Redco with that?
So we have been working to get with potential vendors, potential consultants to help us do that. I've been working with Wayne Frederick and EDC. I haven't been to a meeting, as you know, but working with him, he came to our board. We're really at a point where we need the legislation enacted on how to, how the sales and stuff are going to work before before it'd be efficient to start spending money on anything on that. But we are working on that still, and I guess waiting for, the council to act.
Can you put that in your report?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
That way it kind of helps us out too on the
Absolutely.
economic committee. Thank you.
Dara?
Good morning,
So good morning, Clay. Yeah, that's kind of what I wanted to ask too, where you guys were on the cannabis issues. I also wanted to bring up the propane issue. What can we do to change that policy? There's a lot of tribal members that by the time they can score propane and they call, then the office says, well, we have policy that you have to wait 1 week and put in the order a day or two, and that's just not working. People cannot afford propane as it is. And so when they do, it'd be nice if they could get the propane like the day or the next day. It's hard to wait a week. It's hard to heat water every day, especially if you have children. I have 2 of them, and it gets pretty stressful hauling that water for butt crack high baths. You know what I mean? But that's real talk. So I want to know what we can do to get that policy changed, because it's not fair. And it's not good for the Oyate. If they're going to pay that money, they should be able to get that propane when it's needed, not a week later. I just, I ask those questions, but the gals always say policy, and I understand that. So I'm wondering what we can do to change that policy.
Okay, thank you for that, Jared. Let me talk with Travis on that, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Just some of the reasons why we do that, just trying to be as efficient as possible, on getting deliveries and whatnot, to be able to plan it.
And then also at our tech room meeting, the Rosebud construction, there's a youth place going up over by the fairgrounds, and they've gone through several change of orders, and plan was initially so much dollars, and now it's several million up, and it's it has a lot to do with Rosebud construction. So where's that going? And if the workers are coming from Rapid City, can we get local workers that don't take a 2-hour commute to start their day? Just things like that, because I see the tribe digging themselves in a hole and just, there's no one benefiting but Rosebud construction. So I'm just wondering about that.
So on that, the majority of those prices went up, in the last year with inflation. Prices on all the materials were going up weekly. Sometimes you couldn't even give a quote that would last more than 4 or 5 days, just because the price would go up. I can tell you all the price increases on that, none of the profit margin for Rosebud construction went up. That was all on, fuel, on materials, everything like that. That was the reason for those prices increase. As far as people come from Rapid City, the workers we do have in Rapid City come down here for the week and stay all week. They don't come back and forth from Rapid City all day. We have them on site. Yeah, and we
concern in Tepro, so we were just wondering.
Yeah, absolutely, and we tried to be extremely upfront about that, saying
the federal grant and the change of orders, that can definitely make our tribe look in the bad. So
no, absolutely. And when prices started, and the entire construction industry started skyrocketing again, it was just day to day, almost seemed like they were going up. We reached out as quickly as possible to say, hey, we need, we can't give you a price that that can be honored for any period of time. So try to give each program and these things as much head time, as much lead time as possible to prepare.
I was just worried about the tribe and the federal grants because we rely on them so heavily. We're not self-sustaining very much, So I was just worried about those grants, and if the change of orders were gonna cause a problem, to not secure them again. So
I quite certain that we've gotten that. We've got the orders in, we've got the funding secured. But we were panicking as well, saying, we don't know this. So trying to reach out and be as proactive as possible to make sure that, one, can we get this built, and what's that price going to be?
I just don't want the program to be in jeopardy. You know what I mean? Because of construction. So thank you.
Absolutely. You're welcome.
Lisa.
Good morning, Clay. So we had a budget and finance meeting yesterday, and we're starting to go into our 2023 FY fiscal year. I just have a question. When will Redco be turning in the 2020 audit?
We are working to get that finished up. We're hoping to have that done in the next week or so. So as soon as possible.
That's not being submitted. It's delaying our indirect cost rate.
Okay, that's the top priority right now of us working on it. We've had multiple.
By the end of this week.
We're trying to get that as quickly as possible.
So we'll need that as soon as possible so we can get our budgets.
And just ahead on that, we're working with the same audit firm, Bland out of Omaha, uses TLE. We're going to start on 21 as soon as that one is done as well. Our last audit, our FY19, was delayed. The audit firm that we used then lost most of their staff, which, wasn't our fault. Delayed us on that, and that's the ripple effects of that are still hitting us on this. It's been quite unfortunate, but that's the top priority of me and finance staff right now.
A date here or when that will be submitted.
Can I email you after that? Because again, we're at a call with them yesterday working on it. They think they can, we have everything just to get it, hammered out quickly.
So they can,
they
can be waiting for that. And then also this year, will Redco be giving the tribe a dividend?
I will, after the audit comes out, that's when we'll base that number. So.
Okay. And then also, can you kind of go over, I know a lot of council get kind of confused on, Redco as just being one chartered entity of the tribe, but then you have Sioux CDC and Tatanka funds and kind of what those programs fall under those, and then they're considered subsidiaries of Redco.
So they are not subsidiaries of Redco. They're more sister organizations. They're 501c3s.
Are they a part of Redco though?
Kind of. They're not, so like Sioux Propane, all the other ones are direct subsidiaries of Redco, chartered entities, under Redco through the tribe. Sioux CDC is a 501c3 nonprofit. The reason we did that, a lot of the efforts that we're doing under the CDC, the health initiative, housing, language, and whatnot, were all started under Redco. Most of those, we've gotten private grants, donations, some federal grants to fund those and get those off the ground. Redco being, a the chartered entity of the tribe is, able to kind of share the tax advantages, if you will, of a 501c3. But a lot of these entities don't understand that. They don't deal with it. So working with a 501c3 is just much more efficient and easier. It also made a lot of sense for us to separate those activities from the for-profit businesses. That's why it was done. Tatanka Funds as an emerging CDFI has to be its own separate legal entity. Both these entities have their own boards as well. It is now a 501c3 as well. But for, structure purposes for it needs to be out on its own. Redco provides, the HR finance services for both of these entities. We work very closely, day-to-day management help with that. But again, both of them have their own boards and, so you're looking at our logo with, the TP there, the 3 sticks, kind of part of the reason for doing that was for those 3 entities and coming together because we, try to support each other, all the work that is done by all 3 entities, again, for the, reaching for the same goal for the betterment of the tribe.
Donna?
Question. When I was up in Rapid City and most of them motels say Rosebud office closed. Where was that and what was that office doing?
What office is that?
It had to do, it said Redco Rosebud office is closed.
So we still have our offices up there at 405 Canal Street where most of our, a lot of construction workers there primarily. We have a few finance staff up there as well. I have an office up there. That office is open, was open. We were leasing out space to SWA for their emergency rental program up there. And we needed, that lease is no longer in place. So that's the office that was closed. They moved to a different location. I'm not quite sure where it was, but that's the only one that I'm aware of.
Okay, so the SWA had an ERAP, but not the Redco or anything. They were just.
It was just in one of our offices. Yeah, they needed space, so we leased it out to them for 6-9 months, I think. So.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Yep.
Any more, Clay? Any more questions for Clay?
I guess I'm trying to find in the charter where it allows you to do what you're doing with some of the stuff that you have in here. Creating Sioux CDC, Tatanka Funds, a lot of this program stuff that you got going on. I'm trying to find where it allows you to do that because according to the charter, it says that you're supposed to be creating businesses, economic development.
Yeah.
And so that's why I'm wondering where are you creating that?
I guess can't speak explicitly off where in the charter that allows that. We have, tried working with Eric's office, working with our, attorneys when we do this to ensure that everything is done, obviously, correctly and legally to do that. Tatanka Funds created before I got here. CDC was created in 2019. Redco is basically a fiscal sponsor of that. Again, it is an entity, that we helped create. It's a separate legal entity from Redco and has its own board of directors. Again, we're the fiscal sponsor. We make in-kind and monetary donations to it to help with the work that helps assist, with everything that we're doing.
Okay. There's some things, we have a treaty council. And under our treaty council, the director came in with a resolution. And in that resolution, we supported that any of the Lakota language that was to be anything that had to do with Lakota language or culture was to be gone through the treaty office. And now I see that you guys, I mean, I've known of the Emergent School, but now I see where you have a program where you're doing the same exact thing. Now the tribe has several programs within it that also does Lakota language and culture. So was you guys meeting with Treaty Council? Was you guys getting with these other programs and coming up with ideas of how you're going to work together to be one so that people aren't getting confused on here and there?
So I was not aware of that going through the Treaty Council. When we started the adult language program, would have been, I guess, just over a year ago when we started it. We were approached by a private foundation that had grant money. They wanted to start kind of a universal basic income program. And, Weezy Paw really led the charge on that, said, rather than, just some kind of universal basic income, we think it would be much more advantageous to, help some of our tribal members, pay them to become fluent and, in order to, grow the language and the use of the language. And that's where it went. So that fund, we got that funding. I honestly, I can't say right now exactly all the details when it was created, of which other programs were worked out with. I know the director has been trying to reach out with other people just to make sure, we're not duplicating efforts in there, or, just be able to work with other entities as much as possible to, in order to keep the language going.
The other thing with that language, right now you guys your program is sitting in Sisseton. That's a Dakota dialect. And they're up there learning, they're up there doing what, probably whatever their culture work or whatever. I'm kind of curious why they're clear up in Sisseton when you say that we're trying, you guys are trying to build this up, but why aren't you guys utilizing SGU grounds? Why aren't you guys utilizing one of the communities to do that retreat stuff?
I guess
Or it's not even a retreat.
Well, I mean, primarily they're here in Mission, at the Redco office. That's where they've been located. I know they've went up to the Black Hills a few times. I guess I wasn't sure, I don't handle all the day-to-day operations of that. I know they were all in the office on Monday working, but I wasn't aware of them.
They left on Sunday, so they weren't in the office.
Probably
your director was probably
I
there.
saw most of them there on Monday. I was there as well.
Well, anyways, I'm not going to argue with you on who was there, who wasn't there. I'll make a point to it that my daughter is part of that. That's
Okay.
how I know.
Okay. Well, sorry. Yeah.
So that's why I'm saying that they left on Sunday and they're clear up in Sisseton learning all this culture stuff.
Okay.
Why isn't it being held here?
There.
You're the overall director. You're supposed to be in line with all your directors below you, knowing where and what they're doing and approving and allowing them to do these things. I mean, it just kind of baffled me that, you started a program over there. We have childcare that's doing a program. We have the Treaty Council that, wanted to bring that all together. And yet we still have all these programs out there doing different things. And like now, they're up in Sisseton. That's a Dakota dialect. I don't know. Anybody else know if they have the same teachings as us, or is it just the D dialect?
I used to work on System Lockton, closely with their people. They don't have more than 30 years left. I'm just as curious as you are.
Yeah.
Why they go there to learn. Seems like they would come here to learn from us.
Yeah. So I guess, that kind of has me curious. Also, your
You know, are they there 8 hours a day, 5 days a week?
Yeah, so they get a 40-hour a week curriculum. Some of that is, it's not always 8 hours a day at the office. Sometimes, you know, it's out, you know, in sweat, learning, you know, the cultural aspects of it offsite. There's also some stuff that, you know, they're able to do working at home, but it is 40 hours a week.
And there was a question raised to me, and I really don't like to be the one to ask it. But there was a question raised to me on the fixing of an arbor, the Sundance Arbor, out of that program.
So Henry Quickbear is the instructor. We're trying to incorporate as much, you know, cultural teachings in it as well to go along with the language. So he, you know, at his Sundance, they were there to help learn. I think, you know, they might have fixed the arbor there as well, done some of that, but that's what the reason why they were there. It wasn't just, hey, we need, you know, going out to help.
Are you guys going to be doing that to the other Sundance grounds?
Well, again, this was, you know, Henry and part of his curriculum, helping him teach, you know, the whole process of the ceremony to everybody. It was just at his. So as of right now, I guess, no, we don't have, you know, plans to go out to other Sundances, but that's what was the plan was this year.
Well, I really think that instead of, you know, him being the medicine man, you know, I don't think that it's fair to any of the other medicine men that are working on their own arbor. It's not fair that you get to use your job to be able to do those sorts of things. I don't think it's fair that our people are going to a different reservation to learn our culture. Our culture's here. Our language is here. So I don't know, maybe you need to probably get a handle on things and get that stuff straightened out and figure that out. But that's kind of upsetting to know that those things are going on.
Okay, I'll look at it and get back to you, Pam.
Yep.
Thank you for that.
Here we have Micah.
Morning, administration. Good morning, Kay. Just to kind of speak to your point, Pam, about, you know, Redco, where do they have their authority to start the CDC or the school? Part of the economic development definition, I guess, isn't necessarily just opening businesses, but because we live in high poverty, part of economic development is providing different public sectors such as health and well-being, so the health initiative, providing academic opportunities to improve the academic level here, so the immersion school, the food sovereignty, providing food for our communities, but just in ways to uplift our community in different sectors. So I just wanted to bring that up and kind of clarify the economic development definition.
I guess my response to that is, you know, our membership really complains about all the services that our tribe provides as far as duplication. That's one of our biggest complaints. And it comes from people that, you know, if I was to go to Sintegleshka, apply for Lakota language classes, but then yet over here we have Redco teaching that class, they're going to turn around and they're going to say that's not right. So then it causes a conflict and it confuses a person as, you know, who's right, who's wrong. Going back to, you know, I had always thought that Redco would be the one to create jobs for our membership and create more educational as far as financing, budgeting, you know, and I do know that you guys do some of that stuff. But what I'm getting at is getting out into our communities and doing that stuff. That's what I'm looking for. And I'm looking for that in every program. I'm asking programs to be boots on the ground, start getting out there, being with our people, because a lot of our people don't know half the stuff that our tribe has, you know, has for programs. What exactly do they do? Some people didn't even know about our ARPA construction. Some of our people didn't even know that we had a Redco office in Rapid City. What is the office for? Some of our people didn't even know that Redco has a construction business. I mean, there's all these things that, you know, our tribe has, but there's no kind of outsourcing, utilizing our communities to do these things. So then when stuff happens, it becomes a issue. Well, who's working over there? I suppose it's family. I suppose it's this. I suppose it's that. That's always the biggest complaint around here. It's always the nepotism. But all I'm saying is that as a charter of our tribe who's supposed to be giving us a dividend, I don't see none of these things that you're doing right now bringing any kind of revenue in, bringing something to our tribe so that we can disperse out to our people and let them know what Redco is doing. So that's where I'm coming from, but thank you.
Great.
Yeah, Pam kind of brought up a good point. I kind of, can you elaborate on these financial statements too that you attached? Because I see where, like Rosebud Office Solution has a net loss of 7,000. Sichongu Propane net loss of 26,000. Rosebud's Facilities Management net loss of 4,000. I mean, is it very, obviously probably varies throughout the year. But in terms of like outreach and bringing a dividend to the tribe, what is Redco doing to increase revenue?
Yeah, so obviously, working with all of our programs to increase business, increase revenue, propane getting into the warmer months of the year. This is a slow time of the year. If you look back at, during the winter months, their revenue, they had a pretty good year doing that. Rosebud Office Solutions, there isn't really a seasonality to that. It, kind of, depends on that. One thing we're working on with Rosebud Office Solutions is ramping up our government contracting. They have 8A status, which allows us to go after this. We've been working with a consultant to help us, get the foundation for the business to go after these contracts that are available. We've really been focusing on staffing with IHS throughout the country. That's something that we're really going to be ramping up here in the next few months. As far as outreach of what we're doing, that's what we, have a few marketing staff, because that has been an issue. Through with Pam, on everything that we do and getting that out to the community, making sure that people are aware of what we're doing, what opportunities we have. That's something that we've really tried to improve on. Pam's point on, financial training and literacy, that's something that is under Tatanka funds that we've been doing. We have been working to host trainings for credit building, home ownership readiness. We do try to get to as many communities as possible. We do host some at the building, but as to your point, in which we agree, it's better to get out to the people to do those. So we have been doing that and trying to work to increase that, trying to hire some more staff to be able to provide more of those services.
Yeah.
Clay, I just wanted to, I've been thinking of what she said, of them going assistant. And as someone that teaches as well, it is good to learn something new every day, So, I can understand. I know they were trying to send us to Fort Yates before for a conference on language. So, maybe it's good that they're up there networking and, learning something, and maybe they are bringing something to the table from here to there, and I think it is a good idea. Language, you can't really fight over it. You can't get too rowdy over our language because it's so beautiful. It's been here for thousands and thousands of years, and it's at a point where it can go either way. We can either stop speaking it, our elders, or we fight over it. And I don't believe in fighting over a beautiful language. And I just want to say that, your program is starting out with the little kids, and that's good. That's where it's supposed to be. And so, you know, wherever they're on travel at, I'm sure that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. You know, and hopefully they bring back something really good, you know. I've seen language get slaughtered on many different platforms. Everywhere you look inside the Ocheti Shakoi, Lakota, Dakota, Nakota language is fought over. And instead of uniting and all trying to speak a universal language, you know, it's very hard. So I can see the challenges that you're facing, sitting up here in the middle of all of us. And so I just wanted to thank you for coming and tell your language team, you know, bring something back to us and, you know, let it grow and prosper. So thank you.
Yeah, and thank you for that, Jared. You know, part of that, you know, creating this program, you know, kind of from scratch, you know, it's been difficult. You know, entrusted our director, Christina Johnson and Henry to, you know, to do it in a good way and to bring things back. Again, I'm sorry I didn't know exactly what they're doing in Sisseton, but I would trust that it's, you know, it's a conference, it's something to help further the efforts of what they're doing.
Any more questions, comments? Keith?
Good morning, Clay. Yun, watch tayo na choose papalo. Language, Lakota, Nakota. You know, they're asking if it's the same dialect, but the L and D, N are pretty much in a criteria. To learn different sounds and guttural sounds is important because we're kind of losing this in a different way. And also, it's a good point that brought up because we have one in schools that are teaching it, and we have a college that is teaching it, and we got you that's teaching it. What are the grades going to be? That's our bottom lines. And then how are you going to test them? Are they going to speak it the full language sentence? Are they capable to write it down? Those are things that you haven't touched yet. You know, I mean, you talked about language portion. That's good. But also writing it down. You haven't really touched base on that either.
So we are doing weekly proficiency checks, you know, supposed to be, you know, so far along, being able to speak as much as possible or to write down as much as possible. That's how we're grading it, if you will. And more of the focus is, are you getting to where you be, not, you know, like your traditional A, B, C, or D. Are you, you know, where this is where you're supposed to be? Are you there? And if not, what are you doing? And I know, you know, for some of the learners that have, you know, fallen behind, the rest of the learners have done a great job of helping keep it up, getting back up. So it's a real team effort out there too. And with the, you know, the ultimate goal of becoming fluent, you know, not so that's what we're working on. But yes, it is reading, it is writing. There's a lot of, you know, homework, if you will, for them to do, to come back with, but a lot of it, you know, they're being in a group setting, speaking to each other, just be really immersed in it is what is going on. But again, there are those weekly, you know, proficiency checks of where are you and where you should be.
Okay. Comments? Nessa?
Good morning, colleagues and staff. I just want to thank you, Clay, for having Henry doing this education, because he called us and my husband went up to the Sundance grounds and talks. Some of your employees put up teepees. So since then, they learn and they put up the teepees. So just want to thank you for going around and teaching the people, you know. There's a lot that don't get educated on this stuff, and he's there for these people to teach them. So thank you.
Welcome.
Okay. More questions for comments? We'll need a motion to approve Redco's report. Micah, second by Jordan, question by Lisa. All in favor?
1, 2,
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Online, Eileen,
Yes.
Dwight, Steve,
Yes.
Bill,
Yes.
Neil,
Yes.
13,
opposed,
0,
not voting.
3,
Dwight, yes.
14, 2.
1402.
Yes.
Thanks, Clay.
Thank you, everybody. And this, I guess, always at, you want to reach out to me in between reports, feel free to email, use my cell phone, just let me know what's available to. Yes, please.
What do you got?
On the forehead.
Sorry? Yeah. For Laura
XXL is good. I'm kind of getting chubby. So. Cool, huh? Morning.
No, Excel. Thank you.
See you next time. Stick them on your bumper. Changu. Cool. Pam, you got a question?
Madam Secretary, can you look at the minutes or have one of your staff go through the minutes and find that motion that we made regarding the gaming, that they're supposed to be here in person at our monthly meetings? And then also, did you guys find that motion for LEAP and LEWAP?
The quorum was, there was no quorum.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, we have on the agenda casino next. Peter, are you ready? Yep.
Run, so we just have a motion.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
not feeling the sweet shooting just yet. But you, I really had fun. Did you already have?
Oh, okay. So, there's a lot of yeah.
You're gonna be talking. Stop.
Yeah.
Or sleep.
Don't wait for the speaker.
I know, right?
Chairman, I know that we go off air whenever we go over the financials.
Yeah.
But I do know that there's some questions that the public does ask the council reps, and they do want to know certain things. Is there a way that we can go over our discussions first and then do our financials to go off the air?
Is there any way you can do that, Pete? Yep. Okay. All right, you can do that.
Thank you.
Morning, Council Administration. As we're moving into almost August, June was not a very good month for us. So when I go through the financials, you'll see that. I was going to ask Marcus Potter, our data analyst, to go through what he passed out to you.
So my report, sorry, I don't know why, but the first page is actually backside of the first white page. It went a little crazy. Yeah, it'll be actually the one that's just there. Yep. So we have the executive summary, kind of just year over year. We have an increase. You kind of read over that. I kind of like to go through the promotion performance. Well, in general, active players, new members are down year over year, but slot net coin in are still up for carded players. That's on page 4. Page 5 just kind of gives you a breakdown of our top 10 cities and how they performed over last year. And again, it kind of mirrors the general, there's fewer players coming out, but we're still retaining more revenue from them. Page 7 and all the way through page 12 are just kind of the graphs showing how the casino is performing on these performance indicators that I've been using. Just to give, again, just a general idea of how things are going. And then on page 14 has the calendar of the promotions that were requested to be included for the whole month. And then page 15 is the breakdown of the average daily promotion performance. Look at page 15. Almost every promotion except for Tuesday and Wednesdays were above our break-even point. So on our end, June wasn't that bad. You can see again, Tuesday, if you look at the average slot net variance, Tuesdays were off by almost $600 on average every Tuesday. Wednesdays were off by almost $2,000 every Wednesday. Page 16 is the breakdown of Tuesday's motions, trying to figure out why that one didn't work so well. And basically, we go down to the possible explanations. The mailer was the issue. We did mailers differently in June than we have for the past couple of years. And the redemption rate was unanticipated. It was much higher and skewed more towards the high-end mailers than in the past couple of years. So that explains pretty much why Tuesday didn't do as well as we had anticipated. Wednesday, again, it had the same. Mailer was an issue, but then jackpots were also an issue. On average, they were 16,000 on jackpots on Tuesdays, which is about $2,300 more than the average for Tuesdays for the last 3 months. So between the increased mailer cost and the jackpots, that explains why Wednesday was below our expected return. And then page 18, all the previous pages about the promotions were based on carded play only, but page 18 shows total slot revenue, not just carded net. And here, everything was, again, Tuesday was still a bit negative, but on average, well, in total, we were 203,000 above our break-even point. So, again, from our side, it wasn't that bad for the players open promotions. I included the last couple of pages go over the mailers and free play offers for that. I don't know if any of you we got complaints about free play and the mailers. We can go over this if you guys want to understand why there was a difference between like May and June. But it's really up to you guys.
I would like that to be read on air because there's a lot of people questioning that.
Right.
On their free play. And then did you get that situation fixed where how much money people put into the casino based on if they're VIP? Because in the past they used to do that with the cards, you know, depending on how much times they are there, their card changes, or if they get free play.
Tiers? The tiers? Yes, we are planning on implementing the tier system again, but it will not be until October. We just got our new cards, all except for one of the tiers in, I think it was Monday or so. Can't remember exactly, but we don't have all of our cards ready yet. We're still working on our benefits schedules, like what each tier is going to allow you to get or whatever, different perks. But beefed up, and we don't have the funds right now to do that, as far as I understand. Valley's gonna try to work with us to try to see if there's some workaround we can still get the kiosks, but as of right now, it's looking like we won't get the kiosks. So that part of that was kind of part of the rollout of the tier system as well. So we're almost ready to implement it, and then we're gonna work with Valley and run through some tests in September to try to figure out how we can best utilize in the system the tiers from Valley's side. So, but we can go through the free play issues for mailers, and these will be the last 2 pages that look like this. So, the top of the first page, it should have May on the left-hand side. This is what the breakdown of each tier was. PC is player count, and cost per player is how much was awarded for each player. on their mailer. Then, of course, the weekly, how much that would cost us weekly if we had 100% redemption, and then monthly for 100% redemption. So what I normally do, what I had been normally been doing until May was I would take the amount bet that they had, amount of coin in that they had, and then I divide it by the number of trips they had. This gave me the people who had fewer trips but larger coin in, and those people I wanted to drive another trip from. So those people would be at the top of the tier, so they'd get the higher offer, trying to entice them to come back and bet some more. And I budget how much we're likely to spend based on how the mailers have been redeemed over the past 3 months. So on the right-hand side, still in the May column, or excuse me, row, on average, you can see tiers A through E, 29, 23, 18, 31, and 28% redemption rate. On average, that's been fairly consistent.
Lisa.
Just looking at your stats here and how you have referenced that some of the months weren't as good as others, some of the weeks. I just have a question. Why are half of the machines down there not working? Or why haven't they been turned on, or what? I think if we had all of our machines on, it would bring in more revenue and it would bring more people down, because people aren't going down there because they're not able to get on a machine. So how many machines are down right now?
I don't know the number. I know
It's got to be around 40. There's new ones sitting there that when they ordered them, the slot manager at the time when they were ordered thought he could pull harnesses off the old machines, but they changed it, and so the harnesses didn't fit. So we got those parts coming in
How long ago was that when they ordered it?
last week.
So they've been sitting there non-functioning for a week?
Trying to get all the new ones up and going.
The new machines were put in before the bylaw. So they've been in there down since then. We had an issue where points weren't accruing properly. It was giving a point per dollar, which isn't how our scale works. So we had to work with Valley to figure out that issue. And I know that Valley side, they've had some supply chain issues getting some of the hardware in to make the machines like use the cards and the harnesses.
Is there a new slot tech manager out there?
Yes. Dustin Oliver.
And he's well trained in how to.
Yep.
So when do you anticipate all of those machines being turned back on, are functioning?
As soon as they get the parts in, they can get enough people in there.
I know Dustin was supposed to get a call today from Valley to get a better estimation of when the parts were going to be here.
I can give you a better estimate when I talk to Dustin.
Okay.
I'll email it.
Because I think a lot of that, I mean, I hear like every other machine, I haven't gone down there, but I hear like every other machine is non-functioning or shut off. And I think that would bring in better revenue, or at least accommodate our customers down there more.
Great.
Kind of respond to Lisa's question as well. Can you explain what a harness is? Because I get that same question from the public, and it's basically like those machines that are sitting out there. There's where the card goes in, that little LED screen part of it. That's what they're waiting on. And so when they say harness, that's I mean, because I didn't know that's what it was called, but it's that little part that's goes into the machine.
A different piece of a monitor.
Yeah, monitor.
But the way the harnesses worked in the old ones, they've changed all that. So.
Yep. And then I believe, those did come in before the power, and they've been sitting there since then. But like I said, we're waiting on those pieces of equipment. So sooner the better.
More questions for marketing.
I haven't finished. Sorry, playing this. Yep. So again, that top row kind of is how it was previously done. June, the next row down, is how, of course, June was done. Shows you player counts. I lowered the free play amount. I wasn't sure what kind of redemption rate we were going to get. We went purely based on points earned over the last 3 months. And how I broke it down was the top 20% of players who earned the most points over that last 3-month period. We're going to be awarded all the way on the right on June. You can see the tier percent, and the first tier A is the top 99 or top 1% of players who earn points over those 3 months, and so on and so forth down the line there. Didn't really have the updated, just to the right of that, you see the tier monthly free play and percent redeemed. That was the updated redemption percentage. That's how I would normally estimate exactly how much, estimate how much we were going to pay out for each tier. But I didn't really have a good way of estimating that because the way I was awarding free play in June was different than we'd done it in the last 2 years, and I didn't have any redemption rate data to look back to based purely on points. So when I did the budget for free play in June, I doubled each mailer's tier expected cost, and it was off. We had a much higher redemption rate than was anticipated. If you go down to August, I wasn't able to do the actual analytics for June, but if you go to this last page, it has August column all the way on the right-hand side, that tier, monthly free play and percent redeemed. That starts with 76%, 66%. That's actually what redemption rate we had for each of the tiers, which was far and above what we normally have. And again, I just had no good way of estimating how much we were actually going to get redeemed. Yes.
Hello. Yeah, I'm looking at your top 10 cities and they're all just res towns. That's probably why we're not making the $1 million. We're the second poorest reservation in the United States. You know, we can't expect you guys to pull $1 million out when we don't even have a million pennies to our name. So I'm wondering, why are we trying to bring in Rosebud and St. Francis if we want money? We need to be bringing in Oglala, Ainsworth, North Platte. We need to bring in the rich people out east. You know, we need to be catering to those Washichus like it first intended. I was talking to a good friend with the National Indian Gaming Commission out of DC. Location, location, location. You know, we're way out there in the middle of BF Egypt. And, you know, we've never made $1 million. Our casino looks ushika. I've seen gas stations with better outside look, you know? We get laughed at from the other reservations. And that's nothing to be shamed out about, because that's part of humility. That's one of our virtues. But we've got to look at ourselves a little higher and pull ourselves out of it. And Pete, I really want to commend you for doing a good job out there. You know, there's other players that go out there, you know, and they tell me that they got good staffing out there. You know, there's some individuals that really do care about the Rosebud Casino, you know. And I really want to commend the staff. I want to commend anyone who has that part, because you guys have such a tremendous weight on your shoulders. You know, you have to come here. You got to get beat up by all of us. You know, you got to get beat up by the whole res. Why? Because you're not putting out enough points for them, you know. And I was disappointed for my birthday one year. I went out there and wow, I had to play so much before I could even get anything free. And I thought, it's my birthday. Why am I giving you guys money? But you know, that's just the way it goes. So I just wanted to say wopila to you guys for standing up here, brave, facing us and answering these questions, because I know it's really hard to defend something that you come to work every day for and you care about passionately, and to get it all ripped out, you know? So I just want to say thank you. And I understand all of the graphs. You know, I understand where the money is, and it's not here on the reservation. And that's exactly who our players are. That's who's utilizing that casino, is our membership. I do know that with the darts, the Oyate's happy about that. You know, you brought darts back. A lot of people, they spend their evenings doing that. I heard there was some live shows. I didn't get to make one, but, you know, I was like really excited because that's going to bring in your players as well. You know, a lot of people like to dance. They like to listen to music and unwind after a hard day. So I just want to say thank you for what you have been doing. And I just want to let you guys know, good job.
So, again, the last page shows the redemption rates. It was, again, much higher than was anticipated. So what I had to do was make some adjustments to the tiers, how many people were included in each of the tiers. And that's why you can see on the second to last page, sorry for the jumping back and forth. July, I adjusted the point cutoffs for each tier. Increased, especially tier E was the biggest one. Increased what the minimum requirement was for points for tier E. And that's why some people got dropped off what they got in June compared to July. So it was really just a matter of the fact that I didn't have a good way to estimate what kind of redemption rate we were going to have if we went based purely on points. And these point values might change. I feel like I might have overcorrected. We could probably include a little bit more people on the lower tiers, maybe widen the tiers out a little bit. I'm hoping that August is really like the last chance I have to change it, because I want it set by October so it can be out and available for everybody to see how many points they have to earn over the last 3 months to be able to get a mailer offer. And I want to work with Valley to try to get it on the actual machine so they can see how many points they have over that period, so they can see how close they are. Again, the kiosk would have been nice if we'd been able to use that function a little bit easier, but hopefully there's an easier way we can do it on the machines. So.
Is there a reason why the free play is only like a couple days a week and not all week?
Monday through Thursday?
Yeah.
Yes, the idea is Monday and Tuesdays are some of our worst performing days. If we, previous to shutting it off only Monday through Thursday, redemption were done on Sunday. And the idea is if we shut it down to just Monday through Thursday, maybe we can drive business on those days that are some of our slower days if people want to use their mailer offer.
Oh, okay. All right.
So, like the machines, the people that are playing for their points, and when you have like a drawing or hot seats going on, the question that I've been asked is there's a lot of people out there on those days playing machines. And are these cards, some of the cards on the machines working or not? Are they all working for them? So when they're making their points, they'll get called, or is half of those not working?
As far as I know, the card readers themselves have a little light around them. So if they insert the card and it didn't read properly, I think it goes red. And then if it's read properly, it's green. And as long, if the card's in the machine and the system's functioning, it's going to record the points or whatever, all their data. But as far as I know, I don't know of any issues.
Yeah, because there's some people that call, and there's like certain people that play machines, and those machines are the certain ones that are being called.
The player tracking software is different from our slot accounting software, so it's not based on the machine. It's based on the player's account number, their players club number. So it has nothing to do with the machine as far as who gets drawn. There's some promotions I could set up that only operate on certain machines, but I don't generally do those because that limits how many people can operate, take part in the promotion. So I don't run promotions that work only on certain machines.
Great.
Since we're on air, because I get a lot of those concerns as well, just explain the process and the drawing and how that all works, because I know people think it is the same people all the time. So if you can explain that, and then also live entertainment, that is a good point because it's coming back now. So since we're on air, let them know to what's coming up and what do you have planned for anniversary week.
Okay. So as far as the promotion goes, there was a lot of confusion. First of all, I know this was an issue where we previously had it set where you had to be actively playing your card. That was something we had in our promotions. We don't actually have a good way of tracking that in the system. not in any way that would be time appropriate for promotions. So we actually took that part out and basically just said you make sure your cards are inserted properly and earn the required number of points. But once you earn those required number of points, we have a random pick module in the software, and it's just click and you have to make, it pops up with the name. It's not like something they can, if, for instance, if the draw name has already been called for a prize and the promotion says you can't win a second prize, they have to clearly put in the comment, the time of the drawing, why they were rejected, or if they won, what prize they won. So we do have tracking, and I'm the one that does the audits and that as well. It's just not an issue. I don't watch who's winning each promotion because, again, it's a random module in our player tracking software for the promotions. So I don't really have a reason to think that it would be the same people over and over again. However, when I see, for instance, there's not a comment, if there's a player that was skipped for whatever reason, if there's not a comment, we're very quick to get that person written up. It hasn't happened for a while because we've got the Players Club employees understanding that this is necessary and for the ability for us to say that we aren't cheating the system in any sort of way. So. But, oh, yes, entertainment. So we are having, I believe, the dart tournaments this weekend. We have the same band coming back this weekend. It'll be after darts or towards the end of darts, as I understand. And so that's this weekend. Anniversary week, we're going to start the 14th off with our motorcycle drawing that Sunday. We have some t-shirt and other promotions throughout the week. I don't know if we've set what day we're going to do the feed the community, but that's going to be one of the days. And then Friday or Saturday, we have the comedian. We have a couple comedians coming in to do their performance. We are planning a concert in November. It's going to be an indoor country concert. We kind of broke it down to 2 possible artists, but we got to work through our manager to see who we can actually get a hold of. So don't want to say who we're getting yet because it might change. But concert in November.
We have Russell, then Donna.
I guess my question would be, your events coming up, can you name, we have plenty of comedians here, but I want to know who the 2 are, you know, I mean, and some of the bands that are coming, maybe you can mention that to the general public.
So in general, entertainment is kind of my weak point because I'm the data analyst and I don't really often handle the entertainment part, and that's kind of, Sammy does that work. But I know we have, I'm going to slaughter the name, but the same band we had a couple weeks ago, I don't know what it was. I can't remember what it's called. They're going to be here this weekend. I know the comedian, I know one of them is Tatanka Means. I don't know who the other one was. Okay.
Final Smith.
And then, again, as far as November goes, we're not putting that information out just yet because we're unsure who it will be able to be. So, exactly.
Donna?
I seen a few shows where they had a hypnotist also. So I'd like to see that come through.
We had been entertaining a magician. He sent us some information, and it looked really neat, and he's done some other casinos kind of around, sort of. And we thought it would be a good idea, but we haven't taken that one on fully yet.
Question, comment?
Yeah.
I just got a question asked. They're wondering if you can change your elder day from Wednesday to a different day because our tribal employees are going to Martin because a lot of them aren't elders, but elder days is out to the casino is on Wednesdays, and that's tribal payday time. So
I mean, we can possibly look at it. It just kind of works for Wednesday for us for how we've done our other promotions, but we can take a look and see if it's possible.
Oh, the time.
The time.
I think with it.
I think I heard the questioner. So yes, we have 8 to 5 is when we do the free play offer. And we just do breakfast and lunch as well. We don't do a supper offer. And the reason was because if we did go 8 to 8 and the cost was really high. We weren't bringing in enough money, enough slot net to justify spending that much. So we had to reduce the time, and actually going forward, we're doing something slightly different for August. We're going to be doing hot seats on senior day. So there might be some upset people. People aren't going to just get $10 free play. We're going to, again, everybody's going to go 2 to 8 o'clock. So those people who weren't included in the past 5 o'clock, they will now have the opportunity to come out and participate in the hot seat drawings for seniors. And it'll be only for seniors. So.
Maybe we could change that day to Sundays for elders.
Could be possible.
Is bingo going to be sorry. Is bingo going to be, do you have a bingo manager? Is that going to be
No,
consistent?
bingo is Friday, and I don't know about the rest of the time. We're having issues as far as I know with staffing. That's just been the biggest limiting factor. So as far as I know, we have bingo Friday. I'm not sure beyond that.
Right.
In terms of the promotions, I think we have to remind ourselves that these promotions are set up to bring people in and not accommodate tribal employees or anybody. So they're set up on a certain day for a certain time for a certain reason. So those are just suggestions, but I just wanted to throw that out there. We can't just be accommodating everybody. So thank you.
I go out there. There's nothing good out there.
Now what's your report? Yep. Okay, is there any more questions? Russell?
Yeah, I think, maybe we should put this out to the general public too. Maybe in a newspaper, because when you look at the top 10 cities, 6 of them are within our own community. So, we're not attracting, the outside dollars. So somehow, somewhere, the promotions that are being presented aren't going out to those people. When you look at the communities that are generating, and somebody, generating coins in, when it's almost $1 million for one community, that kind of indicates to us that we're only focusing in on our own community. One was $800,000 plus one community. Then when you're looking at other communities, over $250,000 coins in, that to me is indication that we're focusing just only within our community. So I would just use that to put this out, because maybe the communities will challenge each other to see who can come over the $1 million mark.
And if I can for just a moment, I know that cities being mostly local communities, that is an issue, and it's a struggle that we have because we are actively trying to target non-local players. I can include next month, I have very heavily tracked the participation of non-local players. They actually bet more than local players. I'll include that data next month so you can kind of get a better picture of it. It's just, we also get pushed to accommodate the local players, which seems counter to what our goal as marketing should be. It is a balancing of, maintaining loyalty in our local players, but we need to spend more money trying to bring in non-local players, which is why all of our social media, all of our digital advertising it doesn't target anybody local. It's all about getting people in the surrounding cities that are larger, our YouTube ads and stuff like that.
Russell?
Yeah, can I request a pipe water? I think some flags followed me in and they're just picking on me. Yeah, it must be the donut.
Any more questions for marketing, comments? Not, we'll go on to the financial report for the casino. But
Pete, can you give the public an update on the Prairie Hills Golf Course?
Oh, yeah.
We're working with the contractor out there who's taken that whole project on, and he's giving us an estimated date of September 1st. However, because of the licensing stuff that we have to do, the testing of the equipment and how it communicates with the bigger servers, not local, we're giving ourselves about 2 weeks.
Okay.
So the middle of September.
Okay. How machines, how many machines do you?
50.
50 in there? Okay.
Still have the plastic wrap on.
Alrighty. And that's,
What?
so that's the update for the golf course, middle of September. So can we just push that to September instead of saying September 1st?
Yeah, I think that's the safest way to do it.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
When you open up that golf course, are they gonna be selling food or what's it gonna be like? Is it gonna be like the same thing it was before?
Our intent is to, once the casino starts generating some money, is to open like a deli grill back there.
Okay. So I know that there was problems with wining and dining the last run, so just wondering how that's gonna go. Once again, putting it in mission, location. We're still slapping it in the middle of poverty, so I don't know how much we're expecting out of this venture, but is it gonna be selling alcohol as well?
Probably not at first, until we can get the get a secure enough way to separate, because 18-year-olds can gamble there on class 2s. So we need to have a really clear.
So have you guys looked into like any land maybe over closer to the interstate or anything
Russell
like
and I
that?
have talked about that.
Good. Location, that's all they keep telling us. And, the casino issue makes people fight, makes a lot of problems arise. And so, if we could all just work together, that would be great. You know what I mean? Especially finding solutions to improve it rather than accommodating the tribal membership. I know that it is leisurely, but it's there to bring in revenue, not to meet the needs of the membership. So if we're going to use it as a generating operation, then we need to start thinking above and going out where it's at. So I was just wondering how that's coming along with finding locations elsewhere.
We haven't really talked much about it. I think it kind of got stalled by, like everything else, by COVID.
Yeah, so like most of the, in Vegas, all of Nevada, actually, a lot of the casinos, they sell cannabis, they sell CBD. What's that looking like?
The board of directors at one of the last couple meetings ago, they wanted me to make sure I talked to the fuel plaza manager if she's willing to sell that stuff out of there. We could probably do it in the casino as well, but I have to get the license and stuff. I was going to do that today.
Oh, that's cool. Thank you.
Great.
If I could get Ken the floor, and he can kind of give us an update on the gaming compact negotiations that we're going through, and it does address locations. So I think it'll be a good update for Ken to give for the council.
Can you speak to that, Ken?
Yes. The contract negotiations have been ongoing with the governor's office. And I think our next
session with them is August 16th and 17th. We haven't determined which is the ideal day, but our previous meeting with them, when we had their first session with them, they declined to address the number of machines that we had requested, was 500, and they had made an offer of about 350 machines. And so that wasn't suitable for the request. It wasn't appropriate for what the other tribes were doing. So in the last session that we had met with them, we had increased the request that we were requesting was 1,000 machines, because that's the same number of machines that Pine Ridge had received and some of the other tribes. So we're basing it on what their previous compacts have addressed. In terms of locations, when we had the first meeting with the governor's office on the compact, we did identify additional locations where we were potentially putting on the table as areas that we might develop for additional casinos. 2 of those were up north near the interstate, and we also included the winter area. That way, when we got ready to develop those areas, it was on the table. They weren't fully 100% in agreement with the additional locations, so we shifted our emphasis to the 1,000 machines. It is there that we will explore that opportunity to develop as we go along. There is a process on developing each of those locations, because we did give them the land descriptions for the areas that we would be hoping to put machines in. And we took so they're aware that that's something that the tribe is willing to move into. And, when the appropriate time comes, we will move into those areas. But it did identify that these are locations that the tribe is interested in. They are trust property. They are within a close distance to the interstate. So it's possible that they would be, financially beneficial when we move into those areas. But we would all, they're aware that we would have to go through the development process in accessing those areas. And they are our trust areas. So there's no way that they can say that we don't have the appropriate, locations. So the next session, the 16th and 17th, I will be going, and we meet with the state gaming office, the council of the governor, and the state attorney general. Those are the parties that are involved in this negotiation process. State gaming has no questions. They haven't raised any issues on anything that we've addressed. The attorney general's office hasn't addressed anything either. The first session we did, the governor's council, Katie Ruska, was in attendance there. The second meeting, she was on maternity leave, so our negotiations were with the governor's chief of staff. This next session coming up is the governor's council will be back, and that's where we're hoping that we'll get a favorable agreement. If not, then we'll still keep negotiating until we get what we feel is beneficial. And I think Mark Van Norman is, our lead lobbyist in terms of dealing with those people. And so it has been very favorable. They haven't really told us, no, we're not going to deal with anything, but we are dealing with Governor Nome on the issue, because whatever we present to her is covered with her staff.
That's all. Who's all on our team?
I think the team is comprised of the Gaming Commission and the Board of Directors. And I speak for the combined group in terms of so that we don't have multiple people discussing different things. But all the people are invited and are in attendance there, because they can either Zoom in or they can be there. So in case there is a question that comes up, they're available there.
Okay, say that again, the Gaming Commission and
the Gaming Commission and the Board of Directors.
Board of Directors. And do they all participate, or do they leave it up to you to make decision?
No, they've all participated in, when we started this process, we spent about a year going over all of the compacts with other casinos, and that was where we came up with the amount that we would be requesting. So there was about a year's preparation in that whole process before it came up, and we've taken it up to this point. And, you know, the compact is the same compact that, you know, was in place there from over 20 years ago, and it's been redlined into the different areas of that we are anticipating changes into those areas.
Does the governor still wear cowboy boots?
I haven't been able to find her. I went to her office because I wanted to see her, but when I got to her office, they said she doesn't use that office, she uses another office. And I didn't have time to be going and wandering around the Capitol building looking for her. But I'll check and see if she has those boots on.
Yeah.
So there's a new casino that will be opening in North Platte, Nebraska.
Yeah.
Big one. What is the board of directors and the gaming commission doing to alleviate some of that stress that's going to hit our casino? Ultimately, we're going to lose a lot of money. So what's the board of directors and the gaming commission, since there's two of you guys, you know, that's a lot of brains right there working. What are you guys doing to alleviate some of these issues?
Well, the gaming commission takes care of the regulatory aspects of the operation. The board of directors has oversight over the management, and we are aware in the marketing areas what areas that they would cover. In the past, you know, Cherry County is probably has the most millionaire ranchers in that location. That in the past has always been an area that there has been emphasis in to try to market into those areas. We've also, you know, we know how much we're going to generate within the reservation, and it's going to be a limited amount. But the surrounding areas, that goes into the analysis of what their income levels are and their, you know, ability to participate. And that's why when you set up the marketing plan, you try to adjust what those demographics for those areas are. Because you're looking at the age, employment, transportation. So you try to develop a set of items that they would be interested in coming in to participate. And I know in the past we've discussed having buses. Buses have been very successful in the past. So that's something that those things are always on the table in terms of looking at those. And in the past, we've always had a year-long marketing effort. And that's what we're slowly moving back to. The pandemic created a lot of problems, but we're trying to look at, anytime you develop a marketing plan, you're looking at spending money. So you want to make sure that you get an adequate return for the money that you're spending in those areas. So that's some of the efforts that go into the whole process. And it is ongoing. You know, you got the slot accounting areas that looks at the operation of the machines, and then you got the player tracking that takes care of how
Mr. Van Norman, he's the lobbyist.
Yes.
For the group. He's working on bringing in some good stuff with the governor.
Yes.
We really need to put pressure on that governor. She's done a lot of harm to the state as it is. But I think that, you know, I see that we follow precedents with Flanger, Santee, Sioux tribe a lot. You know, Flanger, Santee are the ones that made the initial agreement with the state for the little to none machines we got. So it's like, maybe we should make our own stand, you know, and do a little more pressure on the governor, because we're going to be put in a position where we're already, you know, it's like the casino is something that we all, you know, we're already in that position. North Platte comes in, you know, we're gonna look at ourselves a lot harder. So I just think that maybe we should have Van Norman to the game, I guess, you know, because this meeting that you're gonna go to on the 12th and 13th is very important. It's dire, and I think we need to give you the best support that we can as a tribe, because you're going in there and you're gonna ultimately negotiate for all of us. So I know a lot of folks in here like to play slots. So I just encourage you to keep doing what you're doing, Mr. Ledoux. You're doing a good job. Thank you.
Yes, the emphasis on getting 1,000 machines is very important. You know, offering us 125 new machines is not suitable to our needs. In casino operations, 85% of your revenue is generated by those slot machines. All of the rest are all complementary activities. So having those machines is very essential. The class twos, that is a successful operation. It may not generate a high level as revenue, but it does generate revenue. And in the past, coming out of mission, you had $35,000 to $40,000 in revenue that was generated every month. We haven't done that for a while, so getting the class 2 machines in there is very essential in terms of, getting some additional revenue. And that was the revenue that, comes into the tribe. Operations and everything are covered, but that's hopefully what we'll get into. And the class 2 machines are a little bit different type of operation because they're server based, and regular other machines are more of computer activities. But they're all tied together by wires and electricity. That's, we have a great worry about power fluctuations. Whenever, we see the reports all the time. When you have a power surge, it knocks out our cameras for a while, affects the machines, it affects the gaming floor on all those different areas. So all of those things are constantly going on when there's weather problems. And for whatever reason, the location of the Rosebud Casino is storm heaven.
Yeah.
And I know that I left my windows open one time and filled my car full of water. I learned my lessons.
We have Pam and then Lisa.
Thank you. I guess my question, I have a lot of questions, but to start off with, being that you have the floor right now, I guess I'll go to us talking about locations. Where exactly is the one that's supposed to be by Winter?
The one is located a little bit west of Winter, behind Harry K's. That was the.
That's how you purchased that.
Yeah.
Okay, so because there's no development going on there, what is our plans for that? I can give you a little insight on that. Redco did have an A&E department come in, and they actually had plans for that casino there and the design on it. And the tribe would have had to kick in $5 million at that time, which they didn't have, to get it up and going. So that's kind of where we are right now. We don't have the money to get those casinos going either in Winter or up by the interstate. So that kind of put a halt to it because we couldn't take in our share of that $5 million. But there are plans. They do have plans.
Yeah.
That.
And there were some other additional problems that initially the city of Winter was very agreeable, and all of a sudden they wanted to cut back.
They changed city councils, and the water input into there was just the size for a house.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't expand the water usage in the city there so that it would accommodate the whole facility infrastructure, water infrastructure. But I think they did finally agree to that. I don't know if they ever put it in there because we kind of halted the.
It's still a viable location that, once we open one, we'll move to the other one and try to make it bring it into operation as quickly as possible.
So there's been concerns of maybe, I don't know if it's a farmer that plows the land behind there in that area. I know that there was some concern. Some people were saying that there was some planting that went on over that land, but the tribe doesn't have no one to look at that land, so nobody even knows that that's going on over there.
We could probably inquire about it and see what we know what the location is and who the neighbors are in that area, what is tribal property. And, we have the other departments here in the tribe that should be able to go out and take a look at that and see what problems are being created.
Yeah. Okay. I guess my other questions are for the general manager, but he has the floor, so I'll just wait until whenever everybody's done.
Yeah, we have, Lisa and then Russell, so.
Let's look at the, financials here. For the Prairie Hills off sale, that net income in parentheses, does that mean that they're in the red? So for being the only beer establishment in Todd County, we're negative $7,668. And why is that? I mean, I get complaints that that place isn't open, you know, on a very consistent time frame, or I don't know why, you know, the cost of goods sold is 74,000. But I just wanted to know why that.
I think it's because we had a staffing loss out there for about a week, so it was closed a couple different times.
That's for the inconsistent hours of operation. Okay. Well, I'll save the negative balance for later.
Russell?
Yeah, Ken, maybe, you can utilize, some of our compliance officers to go out and do a check. You know, when we had our spirit camp, there was a guy, we're surrounded by, land, they started draining. It filtered into our property. And I feel that some of our people got sick from it. And they did it deliberately, you know, to come in there and spray. And I bet anything, when we find a chunk of land, those neighbors are probably going to do the same thing. So I would really get serious and find out, and especially what kind of pesticides they're using, you know, around the plant. Just for our own peace of mind, we need to know that.
I will do that as soon as I get back. I'll contact the programs that have compliance and ask them if they can give me a report on that, and then I'll share it back with everybody.
Hey, Pam,
Yeah.
finish your question?
Yeah, my questions are for the general manager, but one of them is, do we receive or do we solicit for donations for the casino?
No.
We don't.
Can't, they're not.
Okay. Only asking because there's people out there that are claiming that there was some done for, they don't know if it's for the powwow or what, but it's over 40-some thousand that you received so far. So I'm asking. The other thing that I'm asking is on the restaurant closure. People are concerned of, you know, wanting to utilize the restaurant, but it's never open, and I don't know. I guess maybe you can let people know why is it always closed?
So, the restaurant has been closed because they're doing the new restaurant manager wanted the place to be really nice when he first opens it up for a buffet and stuff to get back in that place. So they've taken all the carpet out of there, replaced it with that vinyl flooring. And they're also going to paint and put lamps up and booths.
How far along are they and all of that?
I think they're just waiting on the booths and tables. And I think they were going to go after lighting this week.
So when do you expect to open back up?
We're looking at anniversary week.
Anniversary week? Okay. And then where are we on our online sports betting? Where are we at with that?
I've got a couple different companies out there that have contacted me, and all of them are wanting like a 25-year contract. And I'm not sure, try to be comfortable with that. So I've been reaching out to a couple of the ones here in South Dakota, because the ones were outside, like something called Oh, Jamie Fox is their spokesperson. Can't remember what that one was. And the MGM also.
So why is it that they want a 25-year commitment from us? I mean, what does that entail?
It's just their standard contract, because I asked them.
So are we ever going to get a report on that? I mean, are you ever going to give us something that we can look at to review, as in what exactly we're looking for in sports betting? Because sports betting has hit Deadwood pretty good. And I know that that's just a little town of gambling, but still, I mean, I'm sure that if we had sports betting, you would also get more people coming in because they want to be a part of that, especially the ones that are passing through when it comes down to like the rally coming up, you know, and those are some things that, what are you guys promoting for the rally?
You've done motion for bikers in the past, and you can get a shirt, free play, you get a picture of them with their bikes. You might get rid of 5 shirts, and that's about it. And only when they're going through, they're just going through. They're not stopping. And I don't know, the way back there, but we just don't get any bikers. Don't have any.
That's probably why they don't stop in, because there's no promotion for them.
In the past, but we don't have any this year. Again, in the past, when you look at what kind of interaction we had with bikers, with promotions, was the time. And people did come in to claim the prize. They weren't bringing in that much revenue. So, the cost was like cost in this situation. Yeah.
So anniversary week, whenever that is, what does that bring in?
So generally, when we have a concert on the weekend, weekdays, it's more or less a normal week. But the weekend, we usually do bigger promotions, we'll do a vehicle drawing, we have a concert or some sort of entertainment. And when we have those events, that's when we see more engagement, greater player turnout, higher slot net, all the metrics are up.
So going back to rally week or rally, what's the variance, I guess, in getting monies back in? I mean, does one pay for the other, or, I mean, just looking at it, how would you say, analytically? Just looking at it that way, how do you see the difference? I mean, because I just got done hearing you say promotion or anniversary week, everything's basically the same, nothing changes, it's just the weekend that it happens. Okay, so what, you compare that to when you did promotions for the rally, what's the variance? Is there any variance, or is it the same?
The exact number, I can get it for you, but just, I wasn't 100% sure exactly that part of the question. I didn't know maybe part of the question was how do we tell the difference? And I know generally we'll have a biker prize that comes with a tag in the system. We can look at specifically the people who claim that biker promotion tag and look at their performance, see if it's greater or less than on average. Players. See if they're an average player, they brought in more money or less. So I can get you what those numbers are exactly. When we did bike promotions to not, I just obviously don't have those on hand.
Okay. Thank you.
Ray.
I just wanted to comment on the biker promotion and trying to get them in, because that is a good idea, and I think we should do it. Back in the past, if you notice, a lot of bikers stop at the state line at the casino because South Dakota don't have a helmet law. So a lot of times when they're coming in from Nebraska, they stop in and they take off their helmets. And what we wanted to do back then was capture them and bring them into the facility. So we did offer like a small biker package. So that is something that maybe you could look into. I know the rally's probably in a couple weeks or whatnot, but that was kind of the main purpose behind the motorcycle promotion, was because a lot of bikers stop at the casino to take off their helmet. Then the other thing on the sports betting, that is part of our negotiations with the compact, is sports betting and roulette, craps, all various games. And the reason probably why they're long term is because they invest a lot of like their software, TVs, and I don't know, it's just a big old analytical, complicated process. But I'm pretty sure there's other companies that will offer a short term term as well. So with sports betting, but that is something we were looking into before the new restaurant manager came into. We talked about turning the restaurant into just sports betting, putting a bar in there, TVs, and like another place for people to gamble and watch sports. But then we're trying to revamp the restaurant, so we're looking at sports betting because it is getting popular now, and a lot of people are just you see those sheets going around all the time during football season. Right? We all buy squares, and so we're trying to get that in our casino as well. But we have to get that compact approved first before we can.
And I guess on that compact, I know Brandon came a while back with changes, and that's what got sent to Pier, and hadn't heard anything back. So you guys turned around and did an extension on the compact. Whatever became of all those changes?
Are you talking about the red line? That was all red line, and that's kind of what we're going back and forth, like what he explained. Yeah, so that's kind of where we're at right now. We're going back and forth and trying to.
Okay, so does that interfere with our gaming compact that's been extended, or are we just doing 6-month extensions on our gaming compact?
Right now it's extended to October, I believe. But how does that work? I mean, depending.
Yeah, I think that's the period of time that it's in effect. So we're hoping that if they agree, and they have no problems with the sports betting and the other types of games, but the major problems that we're looking at is the number of machines and locations. So that's the key areas that we're negotiating on. All of the rest of the items that were listed, they don't have a problem with any of those changes. We looked at sports betting as something very beneficial because it would be easy to look at the other locations and set up sports betting areas in those areas faster than getting any machines in those areas. So looking at it from that perspective of generating additional revenue, it is something that we're looking at here. But we just have to have her agree.
I think at some point you guys kind of need to come forward to council and kind of show what kind of dialogue's been going on regarding all of the gaming compacts, so that everyone's aware of what all we're requesting in there and what actually got passed, what you guys are negotiating. Because those are some things that this body, whether I'm still here, whether you do it in 5 years of finally agreeing on something, that's what's going to be passed.
All of the red line information and all of the written information, that's available. If you would like that, we can share that information with you. All of the negotiations in terms of the discussions, videos are also available. So you can see what discussions are actually taking place and what dialogue is in place. So that information is available. So
where does the council get that information?
We can provide it to you.
Okay. I think that, like I said, I think that those reports need to be made to council as far as, maybe a couple days before the gaming meeting that we have here. I mean, when they're here, if they ever come.
That's what I was kind of hoping, that the gaming office would give updates on it, because it is like a gaming function. But if he's not going to come, we can provide it.
Well, we'll give you all of the information on there in terms of, the information that we have is what the current compact is, and it's red line, and what the new changes are listed in there. So it's pretty forward and upfront about all of the changes that were taking place. And from the time of the beginning, the Rosebud has never renegotiated its compact. So this is the first time that we've come to this point.
On the sports betting, on that, portion of it, you know, as long as I can remember when it first come up, was first coming out, you had been telling us that you were looking into it, all of that, so you're just dealing with a couple places, or, I mean, for you to just now look around and stuff.
Oh, I've been looking since I first started going to those meetings. One up in Pier, one up in Deadwood, where they describe the process. And so there's, I can get you a report about companies, what they're looking at as far as length of contract, what their percentage will be. I can get that information to you. The whole council, I'll just send it out to the council email. But primarily we're waiting on that compact. So.
Okay, we have Dara, then we need to get on the financials so we can.
I just had one question. Since we have like a rodeo grounds and stuff out there, a lot of the Oyate are starting to take notice of like the Shoshones and the Crow. They do relay racing. So how come we can't get a track in the summer months, do horse racing and start betting on that? You know what I mean?
We'd actually discuss that.
Cool. So that's actually something that could come to light. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, that's.
We have to figure out what land is around that area.
Uh-huh. Because a lot of people are interested in that, and I know that we can bring them in, you know, because I've seen the crowds like in Sheridan and up on Crow and stuff, and dang, that's big and it costs a lot to get in. So thank you.
Russell.
Yeah, before you get into financials, we had some concerns about, or I heard concerns about the powwow. And, you know, we need to, I guess I just kind of want to know, you know, first of all, they said they ran out of food, or there was no, you know, when you go to a normal powwow, there's always a feed, you know, we feed our people. That's always a norm. That's always a tradition. But this year, I guess they didn't have enough food, or they didn't serve any food. And that created, and then I don't know where they're gonna go eat at, but I hear that they're making trips all the way into Valentine for a Big Mac. I mean, somehow there's something wrong with the picture, you know, and we spend a certain dollar amount into rebuilding our arbor out there to accommodate our dancers, our people. Now I'm hearing that that's going to be moved. So then, you know, we spend a certain dollar amount, and then we're moving it again. And that whole powwow it's way in a deficit too. So to me, you know, when we're spending all this money, I mean, at least, you know, we're trying to attract people to the powwow, and we pay out good money to the dancers and the singers and whatever, but somehow this year it was different. And of course the heat may have something to do with it too, but when I started getting calls about it, you know, I mean, to me that there's something wrong with what's going on there. And I don't know who the coordinator was. I don't know, you know, who ran the show. But obviously it affected our people.
Any more questions?
Do you have any answers?
Oh, yeah. There was myself, Sammy Byrne, and Calvin Knox, and James Ironshell. We were basically the committee.
And so do you have any answers for the concern that the general public had? Did this happen, I guess?
Yeah, well, they fed one meal, and I think the restaurant just didn't anticipate that many people wanting to eat.
So there was a boo-boo in terms of feeding our people. Okay, so that confirms my, you know, the question that was proposed to me. So what are you going to do about it?
Do it different next time. That's all we can do.
Who's in charge of that announcer?
Which one? Because we
There was like a Pine Ridger out there. He's kind of talking some kind of way to the crowd and made me just leave because
really,
I don't really appreciate any females, anyone getting talked to like that, you know? So I just wondered who he was. He kept making references to Pine Ridge. I thought he should go home if he's going to be like that. So, I don't know. It's kind of embarrassing that we didn't have the proper food available. Learning experience for you. It's probably your first time, or?
no, I've been at Palace before, but nothing like this.
Turkey.
Also,
One more question. I hear that, again, it could be rumor, but what is there a kind of uprising along, with employee trying to overthrow the board that is there any talk, or is that just rumor?
I think that I'll let you guys address it. Okay. I'm guessing it's from that issue that John Two Strike had. He had written a letter. I can find it.
Let me know.
Okay.
okay. Lunch is ordered, so as soon as it comes, we'll go into the financials, and we'll take a lunch break. You ready for the financials, Pete?
Yep.
Okay. Francine. I don't know how to pronounce your last name, Francine.
Parmenter.
Parmenter?
Parmenter.
Parmenter. On our regular agenda, we have the IHS down here, and Melody wasn't available last time, so do you have anything to report from IHS?
My 10,000 questions.
Okay, I'm not sure what your title is, Francine, so you have to introduce yourself.
Yes. Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Francine Parmenter. I'm the Deputy CEO at the hospital. I am a member of the Oglala Sioux tribe. My family's from Batesland and Pine Ridge. I just recently started working here at the hospital, and it's been about 2 months, and I'm acting on the behalf of Melody for this week and the following week. So.
I guess when she comes down there, she usually has a written report. She starts it off with that. I don't know if she gave you anything or not, or just sent you down here.
Yeah, I apologize. I was not aware that the meeting was today, so I do apologize, but I can give some updates in regards to the information that I pulled together real quick after I was informed. So these are just basic information I thought would be helpful just for your awareness too. As far as our average admissions that we have at the facility for the month of June, there was 36 total admissions on our inpatient floor. For outpatient ambulatory services, we had a total of 7,738 total visits for the month of June. And in our emergency department, we had a total of 1,131 patients in the month of June. And then one of the other exciting things that I wanted to share is we have a health fair that is a carnival theme that's occurring tomorrow. And this is to help promote health education, but also to promote our patient-centered medical home model, PCMH. So if you guys do get a chance, please stop down. It is from 9 to 11:30. And like I said, it is a health fair event, but it's also more of a carnival themed event. So there's a lot of things such as a cakewalk, frisbee toss, popcorn, cotton candy. So we're very excited to be able to promote health education in this fun way for not only for the staff, but definitely for the patients and the community. So that is happening tomorrow. So I just wanted to share that as well. And then one other significant information that I thought it would be helpful to share is we did have an unannounced Joint Commission survey on July 11th. Like I said, it was unannounced. It was a complaint type of survey. They came through just to assess some of the processes. They could not disclose what type or if it was a patient or an employee complaint, but they did let us know when they came through to assess our processes, just to see what our policies are as far as documentation and everything. And so in the end, that complaint was not substantiated. And they said that we were still in compliance and we were still in good standing and deemed accredited. So everything went okay with that survey. And we are expected a full Joint Commission survey this fall as well. So we've been working very hard to sustain ongoing compliance and be survey ready for that survey in the fall.
Any questions for IHS? Okay. Okay, Pam. Okay, Pam.
Thank you for coming and welcome to Rosebud, even though we're sisters. I guess a lot of the concern has to do with the ER department. I guess there's been, I don't know if you would say a change, but a lot of people say that all of a sudden ER changed to where you go in, they're back to sitting hours at a time. Things are being misdiagnosed. You know, like some people have gone in with severe, what do you call it? High temperatures, vomiting, achy, and they only get tested for flu and the COVID. And when it comes back negative, then they release them. They tell them, they just have to let it go through, but then they end up hitting a different ER, like maybe Winter or Valentine, and they end up getting admitted because they're too dehydrated. They're, there's different symptoms, or not symptoms, but different opinions of what's wrong with them. So I don't know if that's, if you guys have gotten any complaints on stuff like that.
No, not that I'm aware of. We haven't heard any types of complaints in regards to that. And then just for your knowledge and awareness, we do look at all emergency department transfers and high trigger cases, and they look at this information on a daily basis. We have an emergency department quality assessment performance improvement huddle, and these types of cases are reviewed, assessed to ensure that appropriate care was provided. Timeliness is looked at. We have a physician on that committee. We have the ER provider and nursing representation present as well at that meeting, just to really look and assess this. So I can follow up just to see if they've seen any other trends that have been identified, and I'll follow up with our chief nursing officer and our clinical director to see if something like this has been identified as any trends and opportunities to make some adjustments and improvements.
Okay, and then there was also something to do with, I believe it's the Boston doctors.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if a contract was completed, if that needs to be completed, or what's going, the MOU or whatever, it needed to be updated because it expired. So I was told that a lot of the Boston doctors aren't coming back. Some of the main healthcare providers that were there are no longer there because their contracts weren't renewed. A lot of people felt comfortable with them because they, stayed with them as the primary care provider. So I guess those are probably some other questions, if those are anything that needs to be done. How soon do you guys plan to do it? What's the approval process?
Yeah.
Just so that the people are aware of it.
Okay. Yes, that is something I could definitely follow up on as well.
Anybody else? Lisa?
Good afternoon. Thank you for coming down on short notice. So I know that the tribal emergency room was on contract for tribal EM since the diversion of 2016. So do you know how long that contract is in place, or if it's up for renewal anytime soon?
I don't have the answer to that right now, but I know that it is still contract service that's provided.
Any complaints that come out of our emergency room, do those go to IHS or do they get addressed to tribal EM?
Those will go through our IHS processes, our internal grievance process.
So that it would have to be a written complaint out of any?
We can receive written, we can receive verbal.
Okay.
Yep.
I know I've had a relative that was recently in the emergency room, and it was a very sanitary area. I mean, it was pretty crowded. I know the patient waited 3 days before a fly out. And I know another patient that was in there that was above this patient for a fly out actually discharged themselves and went to Monument and was given a room. So just kind of what I've been talking with other people through IHS was that Rosebud may not be paying their contracts with Monument or Vera or Sanford. And I know that Winter had called in and was kind of freaking out because they haven't been paid from IHS. It was like 1.5 million. So I don't know where we as a council can address those concerns. Even in the emergency room, they had one bathroom facility that was open. It was unisex. There was urine all over the floor in the toilet. And that wasn't corrected until the next morning when maintenance staff came in. And then I think the eating times, they had to request food. So, and that's a long wait for patients who are ill to be waiting for 3 days for a fly out. And some of them got addressed. I know two of the patients had checked themselves out because they didn't want to wait that long. So it's those type of concerns that we hear. I hear a lot too. I don't know if anybody else on this council does, but I could write that up. I've been kind of wondering who to address that to, though. If tribal EM just works directly with IHS, or can they come here to this body too?
Yeah, so although they are a contract service, we do provide that oversight. And so as mentioned with those meetings, we do have federal leaders present at those meetings to discuss and coordinate that. So we do utilize our contracting officers too, to funnel through any concerns on up through the core to help support and address any concerns that are specific to that contract. But any grievances, complaints, or concerns that you have received, please don't hesitate to elevate that information to our hospital liaison. She does take all forms of grievances or complaints. You can definitely elevate that on up to myself or Melody for us to look into. We could definitely follow up on that.
And who is your liaison?
Elizabeth Lisa Bordeaux.
Okay. And then so if somebody turns in a complaint to her, say today, what is the process on that complaint getting addressed? I mean, would I hear from it, like, would it be like tomorrow, or, or does she have to meet with somebody, or?
Yeah, so if it is a written grievance, we do have timeframes that we have to address, obviously giving the leaders time to investigate. If a chart audit needs to be completed, that process is being done. And then to circle back that follow-up and informing the leaders there of the follow-up and investigation. And a written letter does go back to the patient, informing them of what the results were in regards to the grievance, and as well as what the resolution was. So that information would then funnel back to the patient. Yeah.
Anything else for IHS? Martha?
Good afternoon. Thanks for coming. I just have a concern. Don't you guys have a dental person on call for the weekend?
Dental program, I believe there's 3 dentists on site as well as dental hygienists. As far as if they are on call or not, that is something I'll have to follow up on. But I'm pretty sure that they do offer services throughout the week, but I'll follow up on the on-call question that you have.
The reason why this question came up is there was a concerned tribal member that had a toothache. And instead of being referred to our local dentist, and she got flown to Billings. And because of no ride, she couldn't catch a ride home. She had to wait for the regular ambulance run, which is not, consistent.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a big concern because she had nowhere to go up there. And all for a toothache.
Yeah.
So that's a concern that, that we wish to get addressed if possible. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yara, go ahead.
Hello, Ms. Parmenter. Last week I went to IHS. I got my first vaccination shot. And I was just sitting there nonchalantly, and one of the employees came up and said, they got rid of Natasha, thank you. Shook my hand. So I was really happy to hear that the redhead was finally dealt with. So I just wanted to say thank you for that. That was one of the major issues that we had from the employees themselves. So I'm glad that you guys finally resolved that issue. I was concerned too. Lisa kind of made a lot of points for what I wanted to ask about the emergency rooms and stuff. My sister had to sit in the ER for a long time, for over a day before they sent her anywhere. And then she sat in that ER for another day. So I was just wondering, like, how that is supposed to pan out when winter's coming and COVID's going to start hitting again. It's already still hitting back. So I was just kind of wondering, like, what do you guys propose to change within that ER?
Yeah, no, those are all good questions. And the point of our ED quality committee is to really look at always opportunities to improve. And so one of the things that has recently brought up was our timeframes, really assessing our time studies, looking at how that information is documented, and obviously looking at the criticality of certain patients to ensure that they're being assessed and ensuring that our the care is appropriately provided, the transportations are appropriate, the timeframes are appropriate. And so that is all information that has been recently touched on in those committee meetings to really assess that and make those changes. So it has been brought up, and I'll continue to follow up to making sure that we can show those changes. Thank you.
Anybody else? Micah?
Oh, Francine. Just a couple of questions. Does your staff or the nursing staff participate in the SART meetings?
SART meetings the same? Is that the same?
Yeah, the sexual assault response team with White Buffalo CAF, the PD.
I'm pretty positive they do. I know that Callie Raymond, our chief nursing officer, has reported that we do have 4 SANE certified nurses.
4?
From my knowledge, it was 4.
Okay.
And so I can definitely touch base with her to make sure that we are still participating and having representation at those meetings.
Okay, because we did have something, an issue come up in one of our committee meetings around the response to the sexual assaults because of, you know, the meth, the drugs, the alcoholism. Our reports into the PD have gone way up with the sexual assaults. So can you, I guess, maybe explain when they get brought in, a victim gets brought into the ER, what that process is, or find out? Because I know from what I've heard and what was reported was that sometimes the CIs or the responding officer, there's some confusion on their end, and there's also confusion on the ER end. And what was reported is that the ER was refusing certain victims because they did not have a SANE nurse on staff.
Okay. Well, I will have to follow up on that process. I'm not 100% sure, being not medical, but I will definitely look into that and ensure that that whole process is outlined. So, and then definitely communication back to who's the roles and responsibilities of both the police and the ER staff too. Yep.
And if you could include White Buffalo CAF Women's Society.
Okay.
I know they used to have a separate room that victims would get taken to, more privacy. They even had, you know, extra supplies and different things that IHS would keep for victims of different ages. So that would be great to get a report back next month.
Okay.
Thank you.
This is Eileen. I have a question.
Go ahead, Eileen.
We talked about dental, and when you go to the dentist, you have to get there at 6 in the morning and stand there till 8, and then you may not get in because there's only enough for 5 or 3, whatever the dentist availability is. Is there any change in that coming?
I know that for sure we have 3 dentists, and I will definitely check into the emergency walk-in timeframes. I'm not too sure if it's still at 6 o'clock, if that it has adjusted or not, but I will follow up with our clinical director to see what that timeframe is.
It's not an emergency. It's just a regular clinic. You've got to get there at 6:30. The line is already there. If you're get there by 7, you're pretty much out. So this is a daily thing. You have to get there really early, stand there till 8 o'clock, check in, and they already may have their 3 to 5 that they're able to get. It's not an ER. It's just a regular everyday. Is there a way of changing that where they don't have to go that early, or I don't know how you can change it, but it's really hard on people when, especially if they're catching a ride and they got to be there at 6.
Okay. So this is just a standard walk-in timeframe?
Yes. Okay. And sometimes you don't get in because there's already a line at that early. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Not we. Thank you, Francine, for coming down on short notice and doing what you did. Kind of hard. I don't know if you've been down there before or not, but
No, this is my first time, but I do appreciate it. And I'm excited to meet all of you. And I do have a question. So the follow-up items that I have documented, that'll just be, you would want that in the next monthly report, or can we send this information?
that'd be fine. Yeah, I'll do that. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Yeah. Well, shake hands. I'll give him the bump.
Hey, thanks. Thank you. It was nice to meet you guys. I'm not used to this one. Thank you.
That's it for IHS. Last time we recessed, we were left off on some of the report. The only one that didn't do the report is treasurer. I don't know if he's prepared to give a report today. If not, then we'll go on to just go down the agenda like we usually do. And some of the stuff that was going to be added onto the agenda today, we can, as soon as it gets to that committee that, pardon me?
See, but it's no, it's gonna be added on.
No, he's already on there. We just need to go back to him whenever he's ready to give his report. So, last time we left off on communities. We had a few budget and finance resolutions that we did. Is there any more resolutions for budget and finance? Any business? Okay.
A motion for emergency legislation. Second.
Motion by Lisa for emergency legislation, second by Dara. Question by Ray. What's the number, Secretary?
224.
224. All in favor for emergency legislation?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Online, Eileen? Eileen, emergency?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Hey,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
2.
Motion to approve resolution 2022-224.
Motion approved. Need a second. Ray?
I'll start at the fourth whereas. Whereas, the Women, Infant, and Children Program, WIC, sought bids for a double-sized monumental sign which provide WIC announcements with news updates. Whereas a request for proposal was advertised for 10 working days in the Todd County Tribune, bid number 2022. I got that. Oh, that's that one. Yeah, that's that one. Bid number 2022-66. And whereas 3 bids were received from Bob Signs for $51,910.37 and $54,600.20, and 1 from Love Signs Incorporated for $55,563.88. And whereas the Budget Finance Committee met on July 26, 2022, and is referring to the RST Tribal Council the approval and acceptance of Love Signs Incorporated bid in amount of $55,563.88. And now therefore be it resolved, the Tribal Council approves Love Signs Incorporated bid in the amount of $55,563.88 for purchase and installation of a monumental WIC sign for outreach and program information sharing.
Any discussion?
And then we should probably amend it to include anything with documents.
Need a question? Donna? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
On mine, Eileen?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes. 10,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
2.
Motion for emergency legislation.
225. Need a second, Ray? Question by Jordan. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes. 10,
Opposed?
2,
Not voting.
0.
And this one's for the tribal court.
Okay.
Opposed, 0, not voting.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve 2022-225.
Need a second. Ray?
I'll start at the seventh, whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe awarded the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court PL 93-638 ARPA funding in the amount of $606,959.90 to be used for the purchase of vehicles and payment of architectural and engineering services for the court. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court requested sealed bids for the purchase of 4 2022 SUVs, 1 2022 four-wheel drive pickup. Specifications for each are required. From June 22nd, 2022 to July 1st, 2022, with an extended advertisement from July 13th, 2022 to July 18th, 2022. And whereas a total of 4 sealed bids for the 5 vehicles were received, 3 from Frontier Motors and 1 from Billion Buick GMC Kia, in the following amounts. Frontier Motors bid $1, $210,000 for a 2022 Ford Edge all-wheel drive SUV and 1 2021 Ram 1500 Bighorn four-wheel drive pickup. All vehicles subject to prior sale and minimal specifications provided. Frontier Motors bid number 2, $157,760 for 2022 Jeep Renegade 4x4 SUVs and 1 2021 Ram 1500 Bighorn four-wheel drive pickup. Frontier Motors bid number 3 was for $201,540 for 4 Jeep Cherokee Latitude Lux all-wheel drive SUV and 1 2021 Ram 1500 Bighorn four-wheel drive pickup. And a Billion Buick bid $265,077 for 4 222 Kia Sorento all-wheel drive SUVs and 1 2022 GMC Sierra Limited four-wheel drive pickup. Whereas the Sioux Tribal Court is recommending acceptance of the bid from Billion Buick GMC Kia for the purchase of 5 vehicles at the cost of $265,077 as their bid complied with the request for bids. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court also requests the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council to approve repayment of $265,000.77 to Billion Buick GMC Kia upon passage of this resolution. And therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the selection of bidder Billion Buick GMC Kia for the purchase of a 2022 four-wheel drive pickup and 4 SUVs set out in their bid, and to approve repayment of $265,077 for the purchase of those vehicles. Be it further resolved that the President of the Sioux Tribe, under his authorized designee, is authorized and directed to sign and execute any and all documents needed for purchase of the vehicles and payment thereof.
Any discussion? Darryl, go ahead.
With the courts, what are these vehicles going to be used for?
She came and presented to Budget and Finance yesterday, and I was online. But Russell, were you available when she presented to Budget and Finance?
I know not.
Because
I think she had mentioned that they were going to do them for process serving and.
Because we can't even get an interpreter for our Lakota elders to get through to that courthouse. But here we are trying to spend almost $300,000, You know, we can't even pay a small $20,000 salary so that our elders can have proper communication at that courthouse. I don't think we should do this, but that's just my opinion. In my opinion, our elders need more help than a vehicle will do them. I don't know. This is preposterous.
Any more
You
discussion?
want to table it until they come down and have them come down and report?
Is that your motion?
Yeah,
Motion.
I would like to table this until they can explain it because that's a lot of money and yet that program is the one that gets the most complaints that they don't even listen to our elders when they go in there. There's no communication because none of them understand Lakota. So we've been pressing to get someone that speaks Lakota in there at a small salary and we can't even do that. And here we are doing this. And it's the highest bid at that, over 100,000 more than Frontier Motors. So I'm just not too comfortable with this idea when our people that are in jail, that are in the court systems, they don't even have proper communication at all with the elders. And I'm sorry, but I don't see this.
There's a motion to table, the second. Second, Ray. No discussion on a tabling motion, so, need a question? Micah, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
11,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
2.
Okay, the next resolution is the sand bin contract for the Gaming Commission office. Motion approved 2022-211.
The second? Ray. Go ahead.
I'll start at the third whereas. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Gaming Commission requires legal assistance and representation and to appear and act as special counsel before all federal, state, and tribal agencies and courts, and any other matters assigned by the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe does enter into a special contract, Stephen Sandman Law Firm of Hill City, South Dakota, to provide legal assistance to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Gaming Commission. Be it further resolved that the President of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe is authorized to sign and execute the special attorney contract for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Gaming Commission.
This is the lawyer for the game.
Yep. Yep, they brought this through Budget and Finance back in June, and he's been accumulating bills, or, submitting for payment. So he needs the contract to go through and pay for the services.
Donna?
I have a question on the third whereas where it says any other matters assigned by the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. If this contract is with them, should it be any other matters assigned by the you?
That's what I thought too when I read it in. I think we should amend it to put any other matters assigned by the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Gaming Commission.
Okay, as amended. Any other discussion? Doesn't really give a cap on the amount. Usually when they hire somebody, they kind of put a cap on it. Not to exceed so much money. Maybe they did that at the gaming commission, but it's up to you guys.
$75 an hour.
More discussion. Now, we need a question. There, are you questioning it? Or are we just waiting?
It's cousin the hell.
He was right by your ear.
We need a question. Russell. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes. Aye.
Opposed?
Zero.
Not voting?
3.
Motion carried.
Motion for emergency legislation.
220, that's 26 now? 226. Motion second by. Great. Donna, question by. Raymond? All in favor?
1,
Emergency legislation.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
I think we're on the.
10.
I got them all.
Mine, Eileen?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Wow. Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion to approve. We're on the.
Approve 2022-226.
Guess which one are y'all? Are the feasibility study? Is that what we're on?
We're on the MOU with the
MOU? Okay.
Oh, start at the fourth whereas. Whereas Rosebud Sioux Tribe Department of Justice through the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court has been awarded one-time funding from the Bureau of Indian Affairs, primarily for 2 additional process servers and related expenses for the prosecutor's office. Whereas the RST Court is responsible for the implementation of new grant awards for the Bureau of Indian Affairs, one-time funding as part of its court services self-determination contract. And therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes and approves an acceptance of the Bureau of Indian Affairs one-time funding to be implemented by the RST Department of Justice through an MOU with the RST Court and approves the attached budget in the amount of $120,095 to be implemented by the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court. And be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes the tribal chairman and or his official designee to sign all pertinent applications, contracts, and documents thereof. And on the back there is the budget.
Any discussion? Any question? Fremont? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Neil?
Not voting.
Wow.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried.
Motion for emergency legislation.
It's the BIA
SRD.
SRD. Okay, tourism one. Okay. 227. Need a second. Jordan, question by Ray. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Neil?
Yes.
13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
Motion to approve 2022-227.
Second. Ray? Go
But
ahead.
can be not voting?
Still on time.
I'll start at the fourth whereas. Whereas the Sioux Resource Development is seeking tribal council authorization to apply for the 2022 Department of Interior Bureau of Indian Affairs Native American Business Development NABI grant CDFA number 15.133 in the amount of $75,000 to conduct a comprehensive feasibility study on tribal tourism to assess the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council with informed decision-making regarding the tribe's economic future in the tourism industry, due on June 27th, 2022. Is this two? Whereas contingent upon award, the Sioux Resource Development shall implement the grant in accordance with all tribal and federal requirements to achieve identified goals and objectives. Whereas the Sioux Resource Development will enter into a contract with a private consulting firm in accordance with the Rosebud Sioux Tribal procurement policy to complete the feasibility and provide identified deliverables such as market demographics, market demands, and financial model that includes investment and return on investment projects, etc. And therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes the Chungu Resource Development to apply for the 2022 Department of the Interior Bureau of Indian Affairs Native American Business Development Institute NABI grant, CDFA number 15.133, and the amount of $75,000 to conduct a comprehensive feasibility study on tribal tourism to assist the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council with informed decision-making regarding the tribe's economic future in the tourism industry due on June 27th, 2022. Be it further resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes the tribal president or his designated official to sign and execute all applications and documents thereof.
Discussion. Any question? Russ, you got a question? Are you calling for a question? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
Neil?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes. 14,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
0.
Motion for emergency legislation. This one is for the nursing home.
Health board?
Yep. It's the only one.
All right. Emergency legislation 228. Need a second. Ray, question by Jordan. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Neil?
Yes.
14,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
0.
We'll start at the fourth whereas.
Motion approved.
Motion to approve 2022-28.
Second by Pam. Go ahead.
Whereas the tribe has need to finance the acquisition, construction, equipping, and furnishing of a replacement nursing home in White River, South Dakota, the project. And whereas to finance the cost of the project, including all design construction costs, financing costs, and necessary reserves, the tribal council expects that it will be necessary for the tribe to issue its tribal healthcare revenue bonds. Rosebud Sioux Tribe Nursing Home Project, Series 2021 bonds, in an aggregate principal amount of approximately $19,500,000. And whereas it is necessary that the tribe engage certain professions to assist with the design, construction, and financing of the project. Now therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe of the Rosebud Indian Reservation, South Dakota, as follows. Section 1. An urgent and present needs exists for the replacement nursing home within the tribe, and it remains that and is in the best interest of the tribe to finance the construction, equipping, and furnishing of the project. Section 2, the tribal council authorizes the president or his delegated designee to make non-binding findings and recommendations regarding the location, size, scope, and feasibility of the project to and for review by the tribal council. Section 3, the tribal council hereby engages a firm of D.A. Davidson and Company to act as underwriter or placement agent with the respect of financing the project. Section 4, the tribal council hereby engages a law firm of Kutak Rock LLP to serve as bond counsel with respect to any bonds of the tribe issued in connection with the financing of the project. Section 5, the tribal council hereby engages Rangel Construction Company LLC as the designer builder with respect to the project. Section 6, the tribal council hereby engages LSC Architects as the architect with respect to the project. Section 7, in order to make the agreements and contracts and consulting agreements with the DA Davidson and Company Kutak Rock LLP, Rangel Construction Company LLC, and LSC Architects, enforceable obligation of the tribal council expressly waives the tribe's sovereign immunity concerning disputes with respect to. Did this go to Eric? Remember it was supposed to go to him? I'll make a motion to table it and have Eric look it over.
Motion to table for in-house attorney to look it over. Micah, second. Question by Ray. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Online, Eileen,
Yes.
Tennille,
Yes.
Bill,
Yes. 13,
opposed,
0,
voting,
1.
motion carried.
I did get a message from Cheryl Rogers just now. She said she could come down and explain the vehicle purchase for the court.
All right. When she gets down there, we'll. What, Pam?
I'm gonna ask to be excused for the rest of the afternoon. I didn't even know I had a doctor's appointment until I got the message saying I need to go to my doctor.
All right, well, good luck with your appointment.
So if you guys recess and have council again, let me know.
Okay, budget finance resolutions are, Ray, you have something?
Yeah, for private Lisa, because on this packet here that you gave us, it has 1 of 3, and we only addressed the 1 on here, so there's 2 that we didn't get to yet on the back here. So, typical, it looks like. Culture resources. The other one is adult corrections.
One's up.
They have numbers on 212 and 213.
Okay, we'll address it. Give them back to Brianna.
Let's share them off this.
Packet on there.
Well,
I know this stuff.
after that contract?
That's like 1 of 3.
Okay, here it is.
Kim, did you hear that?
Sure, that Nicole paid $25 for hers.
Okay, we're gonna move on. Budget finance, we have Community Presence Association.
Yeah.
Economic Development. Education Committee. A business for education.
Yeah, I did. Thank you. We had our, education committee meeting. I presented, a resolution. And then we had a question on it. I think Eric came in. It had to do with the guardianship part. Then we had a board meeting, the other night, and we went through and the bylaws were revised, so we'd like to see if we could do an emergency legislation to amend, this resolution.
We talk a little bit about the history of what we're trying to do here, because there's a council, there's an issue with our elections this time. We have, well, there's not actually an issue, but there's some clarification that we need as far as what we need to do as far as elections. I know there's elections for St. Francis Indian School where there's three positions open, or 2 positions? Two positions open, and I know there's like 3 people that were interested in running for those positions, and they did their affidavits. The election is next month on the 25th. And there was issue with a little bit concern with who's going to pay for the election. So I think we need to discuss that, and I think we really need to talk about what Donna's trying to present here today, because if she's trying to change the process of the elections, it's gonna change the people that filed the affidavits.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if we should be dealing with it at this point in time. But that's my concern over this whole process here. We did change the charter back in I think in 2014, I think it was. I can't remember the 2009, where they went to at-large elections and they were voting at large. They got away from the corporation, where the parents actually voted their school board members in there, and they went to that large. And what Donna's attempting to do by going through the education committee and the school board is to change their bylaws to reflect that they want to go back to the corporation and have the parents elect the board members. So I think needs to be some discussion before we move on with this. So, but that's kind of the history of it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And it's been, we didn't have an election last year. I explained this to the education committee. But one of the concerns was Georgia. In Georgia, because we didn't have an election, she is still in that position until whichever way this goes. So I'm hoping that we can go back to the parent and guardian corporation so that in September they'll have a corporation meeting. The parents and guardians can do their own election and then move on from there. If all, I have the resolution, everybody got it, or if we can hear, if I can get the floor for Mr. Arganbright, please.
And this is amending an ordinance. I'm not sure. You might have to have Eric in here as well. I think they had a meeting yesterday. I had another meeting over in Mission. So my chief of staff, Wayne Boyd, and I believe Mr. Arganbright and Eric were all part of that. The attorney general were all part of the discussion on what they're trying to get done here today. I think there needs to be a lot of discussion on it today, and before we move forward with doing what she wants us to do. So Russell and then Ray.
Yes, I would, without, there's no documentation, right? And if those players are all involved in negotiating, our attorney general, and Wayne Boyd should be in the room.
Yeah. Okay. Eric, we had that meeting yesterday. We had the attorney general.
I think it was a proposal discussed. I wasn't present.
Yeah. So we'll get Lloyd over here. We'll get him online. I'll give him a call real quick and have him get online.
I'll see if
I think it's a council's decision if they want to go back to the corporate membership and vote for their school board members through the membership of the parents' membership, then that's up to the council. But you have to reconsider the charter, because I think it was changing the charter or even the ordinance. So that's what you're attempting to do, right?
So I'll give as brief and thorough a history as I can, and get questions let me know. But so there is the initial charter of the St. Francis Indian School. I don't know what year. I think it was in the 80s. But initially it said that the board of the St. Francis Indian School shall be primarily that of the parents. And it didn't say much else for the qualifications or the number. It said 5, no more than 5 members. And that's how it operated for 30 or 40 years. In 2007, with Resolution 2007-126, there's 5 different versions of 2007-126. The most recent is July 22nd, 2009. Right now.
We're having
and in the resolution.
I'm sorry? We're having a discussion of St. Francis Indian School right now.
Okay, can somebody send me the link and I can log in?
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Right.
So in the July 22nd, 2007 version of the 2007-126, July 22nd, 2009. Basically what happened was, and like I said, there was 5 versions. One was, it went to an at-large, all members of the tribe could elect, and then it switched back to parents, and it switched to all members, and it switched back to parents, and then the last version had it as all members of the tribe. It was amending Article 6 of the charter. And it says that the membership of the corporation shall be open to all members of the Rosebud Sioux tribe, including the parents and guardians of students enrolled in St. Francis Indian School. And then it goes into this no more than 7 members and some other things and some reporting requirements. So that's what we view as the charter right now, because that was passed in 2009. So that's the law. And they had an educational review board because the tribe had basically taken the charter of the St. Francis Indian School at that time. So they appointed an educational review board that became the board of directors. The board of directors was then supposed to come up with policies and procedures to hold an election with the election committee and the education committee. I'm not in possession of any of the policies and procedures. I don't know if any were developed by that review board that became the board of directors. We haven't seen any. Obviously, there has been some elections, or have been some elections between 2007 and now, but in 2020, there wasn't an election. In 2021, there was no election. We talked to Shakira Ratney yesterday, and she talked to like Elma in 20 or 21 at St. Francis Indian School regarding the election. And I don't know exactly what was said. Shakira didn't exactly know what was said, but all we know is there's no election held in 2021. So that's the resolution. They were supposed to come up with policies. We don't know that they did. In 2021, the board of directors at St. Francis, I think it was June 30th, they amended the bylaws, adopted a resolution, submitted that to the education department for review and ultimately approval by the tribal council. It never got before the ed committee or the tribal council. So the bylaws that control are those that are dated. I don't know. I sent them to this president yesterday and Mr. Boyd and some others, but they are dated August 17th of 1990 and were amended variously throughout the years until 2008. So it's our opinion that those bylaws are the bylaws that control these here. If anybody has it, I don't know. But they were amended variously from August 17th, 1990 until 2006, I believe. But in those bylaws, it discusses everything regarding requirements for membership, which is any persons as their members, and then it discusses the board and what it's comprised of, and the 7 voting directors out of 6 districts. So then on July 25th, 22, just Monday, the board of directors proposed and adopted bylaws where Mr. Antoine had some issues with the verbiage of parents and guardians. So we tried to clean up the issue with that, with being a custodial parent or a judicially determined parent or guardian by order of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, or a delegation of parental authority through the laws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. So there's no issue as to who qualifies as a parent, guardian, or temporary delegated in loco parentis, basically, for membership in the corporation. We have 7 members. We've proposed in the bylaws they adopted 7 members that would be voting. Obviously, there's language with the ex officio, with the superintendent, and the board secretary. But what we did was made the student representative an advisory capacity because there's potential for the student body president that sits on the board to A, not be a Native American, and B, they would be under the age of 18. And under the laws of South Dakota, if any contract or anything you enter into before you reach the age of majority, which is 18 in South Dakota, they can cancel that or revoke that upon reaching the age of majority. So if there's tight votes or any votes at all of a sudden this person could turn 18 and yank it. So we made it an advisory position versus a voting position for the student rep. And the student or the staff rep can't vote on personnel issues or student issues. So those were the main changes, was getting it, describing who the members could be through the parent, guardian, or legal custodian, and making the advisory position. And then the balance of the amendments basically were to get it in line with Title 15, which is corporations, which sub 3 is public benefit corporations for educational purposes, which the St. Francis Indian School falls under. So we just made it jive with the Law and Order Code of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and the initial intent of the charter. The initial intent of the charter that I have here from the 80s was for primarily parents and guardians to be on the board. So one of the members of the board that we made in the amendment is A, the chairperson of the education committee, and there is an at-large representative as well. So it still would be primarily the initial intent, parents and guardians, but there's still those two outside that can come and be on the board and be voting members of the board. So in the resolution and in the, I proposed, and you guys have amended and restated resolution 2007-126 dated July 27, 2022 in front of you. And that sets forth the main differences for the membership and the reporting requirements. And what we've proposed in that is that St. Francis Indian School gets to amend their bylaws, but it's before they're implemented, tribal council has to approve it. That way it's a nice check and balance on both, and they can't just willy-nilly change it day to day without your guys' approval. So I think that that gives sufficient control and oversight in the council still over the bylaws and St. Francis. So that's the language in the last whereas on the first page, Article 6 membership that is amended to that A. That's how we describe who would be the members and the voting members on the next, and the bylaws reporting. So the corporation shall have the power to amend, which is in line with Title 15, the nonprofit corporations. This is a 501c3 organization, and that it's subject to approval by the council prior to implementation, and that the corporation shall still continue with reporting requests and requirements of the tribal council as may be required as from time to time. So the actual implementation of that concept would be that the St. Francis Indian School has a parent meeting each year. Typically, I think we provided in the bylaws the third Thursday of September. And that would be the corporate meeting where the board of directors are elected. If St. Francis did that, they would be solely responsible for the expenses associated with the election and getting the members there. And what they've done in the past is provided buses to get parents there to vote. And I think even last year at the meeting gave a $150 stipend to each parent that showed, and that was all out of their budget. The issue with having a reservation-wide election is there's a lot of restrictions on their federal funds on what they can use it for. They can't use it to influence elections. They can't use it to participate in elections or lobby and things like that. So the Bureau of Indian Education told them they could not pay out of those funds for the tribal election. They may use general funds, and they do have some, but not to the extent of the proposed expense of this election. The other benefit of doing it, they have in the bylaws, they do have judges canvassing.
Can I interrupt just for a second here? You know, there's some communication. I'm getting texts and stuff. You know, there's already a process in place, and we've already started that process. Last year, there was supposed to have been an election last year, and they were still going through the process of amending the bylaws to reflect the changes to go back to the corporation and the parents to elect their board members. Well, that didn't happen, and when everybody called over there, they basically said that we're going through that process. We're not going to have an election this year. So they did appoint somebody to that position. So there's somebody that's been appointed to that position, but now we already started the process of letting people fill out affidavits to run for these positions. So are we too far into the process? I guess that's what my thinking is for this time around. And I think that's what we need to talk about. If we're too far into the process, is it fair to those people that are already fill out their affidavits to run for these positions?
Get reimbursed. We're not into the process. We actually have.
Well, the election's next month. That's why I'm saying that.
That's where we want to get this fixed so we can go back to the parent.
But it seems to me like you're trying to rush it through. It should have been done 6 months ago.
Actually, I did present it to Tribal Ed Committee, and that's as far as I got there with the except with the language when Eric came in here and explained the language part, that part was corrected. But I do have supporting motions.
Hello, everybody. As a parent of a St. Francis warrior, I believe in what they're trying to change. It should go back to parental. You know, the education committee made a move and they took JOM away from Wire, and our community is upset with the education committee right now. We weren't happy with that decision that somebody made for us. Their kids don't go to school in Wire, but yet they made a decision for the kids and the parents there. Just like this, I support it going back to parent and guardian voting, because they're the ones whose students are there. A reservation-wide one is just like the tribal council election. It's like high school, you know? It's just cliques. It's people voting for their relatives. When going back to parents and guardians, their parents are going to be able to have a say for once instead of having everyone else have their say before they get it. So I'm with this. I'm going to support it because my child goes to St. Francis, and I'm really thankful for the benefits that the Warriors get. It's a lot more than we're getting at a lot of other places. So I'm supportive of this because I feel that it's the parents who are sending their kids every day that should have a say in this rather than everyone else and their dog. So thank you.
Ray?
Yeah, I agree. I also think it should go back to the parents, I think. But what the problem is that I have personally is it didn't go through the proper process the first time. So I think once, and like Mr. Argenbright over there, to get approval, don't implement them. But I think the problem is that they started implementing them last summer, which is why we should have had that election, but we didn't. So I'm for it too. I think we should continue with this election and then start next year, because I think 3 seats are up next year, and that way there'll be more parents have the opportunity to sit on that board as well. But I mean, it sounds like a mess, and I might need to go back to the education committee. Sounds like there's a lot of players in hand. And
Gordon? Thank you. I think the discussion last time was because we was just trying to right a wrong. We're not saying that we're against this or for it right now. It's just there was a lot of confusion because it was enacted and there was nothing to support it. It didn't come through through education committee. I'm not saying that we're against it. It just needs to go through the right process to make it right.
Good, Mr. Argenbright. Any more?
Well, one thing, the Title I, which is a lot of the funding for St. Francis City School, requires parental involvement. That was one of the reasons that they started doing this too, or suggested this. And I will point out that they did propose these bylaws last year. They didn't implement it. They passed them, but they didn't implement it. So that might be a distinction without a difference, but that's why we're trying to jump through the hoops this time. Yeah.
Yes, like that's last one.
I don't know, and we don't really know, because the 2020 was before any admin in there now. They weren't there yet. 21, Marlene she was going to be here. She proposed the notice to the election board, and then they had like one person file or something was interested last year, and then they never heard back, and she was not directed to, I don't know, wasn't directed to publish the notice, because it has to be published for 2 consecutive weeks in the school newspaper, the seats that are open, and that they can get the affidavit or the application applied. I don't know. Nobody really knows why this happened. That's not a good answer, but that's what it is. We have no clue.
Russell and then Donna.
Yeah, I get food. Some of this stuff didn't happen. And so is it our fault, maybe to the education committee, that we didn't do any follow through and push it through?
Potentially that could have addressed some of the issues that the bylaws they proposed last year went through that have been addressed. But with the review board that was appointed initially, they were supposed to come up with policies and procedures to work with the election board and the ed board on how the election was to occur. And I don't think that ever happened.
So this particular proposal, this is the first time I've seen it. And it starts in 2023.
Yes.
But there is also, so what you're asking us to do is pass this, but then a candidate, their qualifications all written out here. That's been followed through with the ones that are applying for the position.
Those ones right there would be qualify to be elected by the parents of St. Francis at their corporate meeting. The ones that applied for the positions now are applying through the changes that we made back in 2007 to have at-large elections.
Well, the bylaws that revised as of August 17th, 1990, and variously throughout the years from 2006 would be the ones that control as well, and they do have some minimum qualifications of applicants. So here's the procedure: nomination of candidates, or an election procedure, and then the qualifications too. And I can make a copy of this for you, but it's substantially similar to this as that. We've proposed basically what this is, just change dates in the new bylaws.
So in other words, we're going to be operating partially on a old, original bylaws. But you want to pass this, right? And so how?
If those were passed now, it says that this is how it's done in 2023, but then for this year, it also provided for how it happened in 2022. If that didn't happen for 2022, I think that we would have to amend that and make that apply for 2023 and all subsequent years, just to clean things up and make sure there's no confusion. Those would work if they were passed now before the election.
And that eliminates that process there.
It would
this would replace that process.
Exactly.
Donna, do you have?
Yeah, I do. I'd still like to move forward. I'd like to make a motion for emergency legislation.
I guess I have to ask Eric for some advice here. Do we have enough here today to make amendments to an ordinance? I think we have 13 here. We have 13. So I think does it take?
It takes 2/3.
So it takes 15.
2/3 is 20 is 13.3. If you round it up, it's 14. You can have 1/3 of the person.
1/3
We had some
person.
heated arguments about that before, though. Depends on who you ask.
Yeah, Lloyd's online too. So Lloyd, do you have anything to add?
I think we've set some precedent to where 13 was adequate to change an ordinance. Like I said, like Eric mentioned, it's been a kind of a subject of debate for a while now.
Well, after our meeting yesterday, because we discussed this yesterday, obviously Eric is the guy on this, but I did talk to, when we did research it to see what happened, and the way that I researched it, it said that to change an ordinance requires a 2/3 vote, but all other votes would be majority, but I don't know.
The resolution is simple majority. Ordinances, you consider the charter an ordinance are in the affirmative. That means that if you have 13, you can't have a vote. If you don't all vote in the affirmative, then you could have 15, but 3 vote against it, then the motion would fail.
And the way that I reviewed the Title 15 of the Law and Order Code, and the way that the initial charter was set up, it was not as an ordinance, it was as articles of incorporation of a public benefit corporation.
Okay, if this passes today, we won't have to worry about September's election. Basically, Donna stated that people that file their affidavits for those positions, they would be reimbursed their fees. If it goes back to corporate meetings and electing them that way, then they would pay for the elections. If it doesn't pass, then we have to talk a little bit about who's going to pay for the election when it's coming up here. So that's another thing we need to talk about. Russell?
Yeah, I guess I have issues, but something brought to us, you know, the day of, and all the lawyers are supposedly discussed it, the players. But anytime we change ordinances, he hadn't even finished talking about the proposed changes. You know, and I really don't like to be rushed into something.
Yep.
And so, however it's going to go, just because I'm ignorant and being provided this information in a timely manner, not the day of, and to make a motion and to vote on something, I'm not going to vote on it. And so I'm still not clear on Eric's interpretation, because some of these, I don't know about ordinances. This is a corporate charter. You mentioned 2/3. Are you sure that that's 2/3 or that's 3/4?
Well, if you consider a charter an ordinance, then it is 2/3 under the rules of legislative procedure. The Constitution requires 3/4.
Micah?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Russell. On June 1st, was our last education committee meeting. We did make a motion at that time in that meeting that St. Francis was out of compliance and that we would advertise for those 2 positions. We also made a motion that passed to send the amendments that St. Francis proposed to Eric for recommendations and review, and for him to provide those recommendations back to the education committee. So, you know, Donna has also had, you know, this resolution for this for several months, and we just got to it in June. So, you know, it sounds like education, you know, may not be, you know, doing their job, but we did address this in June 1st. We did have some motions passed. We did request Eric to review and give us his recommendations for these amendments. This is the first time that I have seen any of this, and I sit on education committee. So I agree with Russell. This is kind of a huge discussion, and we need to be better informed, I think, as a whole, before we move forward with making a decision of approving these bylaws or not. When St. Francis came and gave their annual report, Councilwoman Brown did ask Danny at that time if they were out of compliance with their election, and it was passed off. It should have, you know, that was a prime time to address it and talk about it. We did have almost everybody present at council that day. So I would like to make a motion to send this back to education committee. If it prolongs the process, so be it. But we have processes in place, whether we like it or not, that we should follow. So I make a motion to send this back to education for review.
A motion to send it back to education committee for review and to bring back. Second by Jordan. Any more discussion?
Why can't you just ask Danny and them to come back down? I would like to say something. At the time when the school was here, the school is not in trouble. The school is not out of compliance. It's what we did at the board level prior to setting Ms. Kilsenwater on. There was precedent set where they had put Wisipa on as a board member. And we weren't trying to follow precedent. We were just trying to follow what was going through and to correct some of the issues so that we're all on the same page. It's not, and I did start presenting this. I don't know how many of you guys read your emails, but I did send these out last year. I did tell the education committee, I said we haven't met a couple of times because there was a council meeting. This was prior to this new board, the new council that came in. And out of respect for them, I thought, you know, let's just wait. Let's wait until we get our new education committee. Let's get it going. And then I did email it. So it's not like you know, brand new came to the table today. Maybe the revised one with what he just mentioned, but these were emailed out last May. Over a year ago, probably, when we had a meeting out to the casino. And I explained it then also to the council that was out there at the meeting with us at the casino. So it's not like I'm just throwing it out here right now. What we want to do is go back to our parent guardian corporation and put the school back into compliance, also with the funding and with the bureau. 638 means that we should be self-sufficient. And that's what the school needs to do so that they can be held accountable for educating our children. Not me.
And I wasn't trying to attack you or anything, Donna, but just, you know, this process has been in play for, would you say, a year? If it was something that was supposed to be brought up before new council got in, we've been on board for almost a year now.
Yeah.
So,
also to the new education. Also.
I have Shakira that'd like to make a comment, and then we have Dara. Shakira?
Hi, Council. My name is Shakira Radlingleaf, and I'm the admin assistant for the election office. I was given a directive by council to open up the 2 seats, and I've been taking affidavits since July 1st, and they close on the 29th, Friday, by 5 o'clock. I have 4 applicants. I've been going around. Our board's been posting them and announcing who has filed, and you know, if this is going to pass, I mean, I'm all for you guys, the parents and the students, you know, voting for, you know, their own, but, you know, I have to save face and tell those applicants that, I'm sorry, I can't take your applicant, here's your money back. So, I mean, it's all good, but, you know, we've gone almost a whole month into this since I got this directive.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Are any of those 4 applicants parents or guardians?
I know one is for sure. I know one might be a grandparent. No, I have 2 that are parents and 1 that's a grandparent.
So 3/4 of them could then do it under the new procedure, basically. But 1 couldn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dara?
You know, Russell always brings up civil rights, the office. As a parent, I feel this is a violation of my civil rights as a parent. This election, this is what the parents want. And here we are as leaders, we're supposed to make laws, not micromanage. It's so crazy. So I don't know how to even think about this because it seems like tribal council and the education committee, which I'm supposed to sit on, but is always scheduled with my other committees, think a little more than the parents do. They want to think for us. This is parents trying to speak up for themselves to take a school back, a school that was kind of unshika for a while. It's coming back. Change takes time. And I just think this is a blatant violation of my civil rights as a parent. So I just want everyone in here to know that I stick by those students and I stick by that board, and I want some change to come for our kids so that they can grow up with a healthier outlook of how we run things. And this is very unhealthy. So thank you.
Michael?
there's a correct way though to legislate, Dara, and
Yes,
and we
I'm aware.
haven't, you know, gone through that correct way of our legislative process with
Not
this.
only as a parent of St. Francis, as a resident of Whitewater, the education community is taking it upon themselves to make decisions that parents need to be making. That's where I'm coming from. No, you guys don't live in Whitewater. Maybe one of your kids plays ball there, but you don't lay your head down there. Our kids do. And it's these kids in St. Francis and White River that need representation. This is what we want to give.
Point of order, please. I got a motion prior to your motion.
You didn't get a second?
Mr. Chairman, may I say something?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. It sounds like, well, the timing is kind of the challenge, and I'm glad Kurt asked about the qualifications of the 4 people that have already filled out affidavits, paid filing fees, and this latest version of the bylaws was only passed 2 days ago. I'm wondering how much justice we're doing to the process of those people who've already filed, who've already paid the filing fee under what was previously the qualifications. I don't know that we can just tell that 4th person, sorry, you can't run. We just changed the qualifications. I agree with you, Mr. President. It's really too late in the process, in my opinion. I think, hearing everything that's been said, I would think you have this year's election and it gives time for these bylaws to go through and you can make changes in time for next year. But really, the people that have applied have already paid the freight, so to speak. So I don't think 2 days before these close that it's fair to say, you know what, school's going to do it themselves. Here's your money back. Thanks for playing. I don't think that's fair. Thank you.
Motion on the floor. Any more discussion? Not, we'll call for the question. Sending it back to the Education Committee. Question by Ray. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Online? Neil? Yes. Yeah. Bill? Steve? Oh, it's Lisa. Lisa?
Can you repeat the motion, please?
Sending the issue of the bylaws back to the Education Committee for review and recommendations.
7.
Opposed?
1.
Not voting?
Three.
What's it called? 713? Is that what you got? 714. Motion carried. Okay, we'll send them back. It's probably gonna be too late for this year. We'll have to address them for next year's election.
Is that your opinion, Mr. Chairman?
That's my opinion. That's the only way we can do it.
Today, you told us that we have the authority here to do what we want and with our decisions for our people out there that voted for us. Just wanted to share that.
I'm just saying that there's a process already. You're too far into it. That's my opinion as well.
It's going back to education. Can we just agree that it's the July 25th, 2022 version of the bylaws versus the June 30th, 21 bylaws that I think are, because they basically revoked the 21s by passage of the 22s.
Twitter.
On that question, good afternoon, Council. I had asked the Secretary's office to provide me with the most latest resolution on the charter. The one I received from the Education Department was 07. And those require all the chartered amendments be submitted to Council for review and concurrence prior to implementation. So to be honest, I couldn't tell you which were the last charter that was reviewed and concurred because I haven't gotten a full response on the research from the secretary's office. I will say this on the issue of the charter. St. Francis School is chartered, and the reason they have they have the designation as a tribally controlled school because the tribe designates any by resolution to contract with 638 education funds. Now that was the dispute back in 07 when we went to court over this. St. Francis Schools, they also have another charter that's not tribally chartered. So they have dual corporate existences, but in order to continue as a tribally designated school, they had to be considered to be, the charter had to come from getting authorization to contract those funds, has to come from the council. Well, that's the whole reason why we're here discussing the charter. As far as the amendments last year, I couldn't find, or the year before, 2021, I couldn't find a resolution. I wasn't supplied with one by Secretary's office that those were concurred with. So the school board should have been going by whatever charter was in existence before that were approved by council. So that's kind of my opinion on that. So on these amendments, I didn't see your fix of the definition of guardian. And what the other thing that these charter amendments do that are proposed today is it changes how the board is selected and elected. Because before there was provision for at-large positions from various communities in the charter, and that was the resolution that was passed here. So that resolution will have to be reconsidered and amended to concur with the current version. They want to continue to have the authority of the council to contract.
Okay, since that motion passed, like I said before, I have to talk about who's gonna pay for the election now. So that's the next discussion that we have, and I think that's what Shakira came over for. So, you wanna talk a little bit about what's going on with the cost of the election?
Thank you all.
Russell?
Yeah, we get I don't check my email very often. Can you get a hard copy of the laws that are in place now?
Okay.
What they're operating on versus what they passed here 2 days ago.
Okay.
I'd like to see a hard copy so I can cross-reference myself on the proposed changes. And I'm sure they're all good, but just for my own peace of mind, I'd like to see that copy. I think he mentioned it. Then Eric was telling me something else over here too, so I kind of want to see the backup.
Okay.
I will do.
Can you get that?
I will email all everything.
They get anything from the secretary's office. That's what
Email everything to you.
resolution. We'll have the charters.
Yeah, I don't.
We'll get it. And we'll,
Okay, that's all I need.
okay.
But I emailed it.
Good afternoon, council and administration. So the election office does have some money allocated to them from the loss of revenue, I believe in the amount of $16,700. So this will need to be a cost share with St. Francis Indian School. I know that there was some discussion at Budget and Finance about them not being able to pay, but I think that we should split the cost with them. The election office does have that dollar amount budgeted in their budget under the general fund loss of revenue, but the additional funds should come from St. Francis Indian School.
Wayne, you was part of that meeting yesterday. What was the discussion on St. Francis Indian School paying for any of these costs for the election? Is it a possibility, or is not at all, or?
Francis Indian School, so that they have some general account funds, but it's nothing near the 17,000. They didn't have anything close to 17,000. But I just want to explain to the council why it's a problem. That would goes to 2007, have St. Francis School have a reservation-wide system. That resolution directed election board to work with St. Francis School to have the election. Like the St. Francis School never have had that reservation-wide election. So, all these years, it hasn't been a problem because we've always had our elections for all office. This year's a problem because of office. But more in that resolution that requires St. Francis School to pay for the elections. Just direct election office sort of St. Francis School have. That's the contract. It doesn't say the standard. It doesn't require St. Francis. We got yesterday, can't use any of their federal funds for elections. Their general account fund is limited. They would be passed in that. They just said that this is for 70,000.
Okay, I guess we're have to have a discussion with where's the money coming from and how we're gonna pay for it. Russell?
Okay, so in this conversation, how much can they afford?
We're talking like $8,000 or $9,000. You know, I'm just relating it.
Okay, so in order to move forward with this election budget, the full amount, 17, we should stand by this. Then they tell us to give us whatever they got or can afford, and by then it would be less than 10,000. And that's something we can do on the budget and finance level if we need to find additional funding. But we need to, we basically dropped the ball on our end. Just going on what Wayne said, we're supposed to do this, but we didn't set any money aside, especially on our end, nor did the school board. So we're both at fault. But I think right now you guys need to work together and see what you guys can squeeze out of St. Francis School, and we'll see what. But I still would stand by the format here. That's just the suggestion.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Lloyd.
what was the cost estimate from the election board as to how much this election would cost?
34,900.
Can we get a breakdown of why it costs so much?
Breakdown, it's a breakdown.
Can somebody text it to the Attorney General?
It's just the community president's up, right?
Yes. An electronic, we've always used electronic in the past, but since it's just community elections, I'm just doing paper ballots. So in the past, it's always been over 100 and some thousand. I think last year was 114,000. So this year it's 34,000, and the majority of it goes to our election judges, our mileage for our election judges, our training for our election judges.
Again, council, and make note, Attorney General, that the election office does have an available amount of 16,700 that is budgeted under the general fund loss of revenue.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, what our request is gonna be is that we pay the amount that we're supposed to pay, and then we'll see what they can pay, and then we'll come back to budget and finance. Is that what we're doing? Okay.
It can be done.
Okay.
Next week I'm doing my judges training. So that will be the 4,400.
So can you operate on the 16th?
Yeah, I can start on the 16th, for the time being.
Okay.
As long as I get it in there, like before, at least a couple of weeks before the election, so that's when I start processing my election judges paid and everything. I ran don't overwhelm finance with, a couple days before putting out checks, so I like to have everybody, checks printed before the election.
Okay, well, that's what's gonna happen then. I guess we'll take it back to budget and finance. We'll see what this in the school can pay.
If they can.
And we'll start out with what we've got budgeted to pay for, get it started.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, any more for education? Enrollment.
Are we going over the whole,
Well, we're just going back. Remember, we went back and forth on our. Yeah.
Stopped at a certain.
Yeah.
I
Then they deviated. Remember, they deviated. They deviated and went down further, and then we had to go back. So it's just like governmental affairs.
I wanted to ask Eileen something from enrollment.
Okay, Eileen, wait. You got a question for you on enrollment.
All right, Eileen, we have a tribal member that was, we can't find his enrollment, but Russell had brought it to my attention earlier. He was born in 1962 and he recently passed away. He was a transient on the streets of Vallejo, California. He's a Lakota from the Black Pipe District. There was some issues with his enrollment. He does have an IAM account. He has been receiving lease monies from his late mother. There is a story behind it, but they cannot find any sort of paperwork to link him to us. But we do have birth certificates from White River. We have affidavits that are notarized. Russell told me earlier, he said, because the young man, he's 3/4 Lakota, and his mother is a full blood, or his mother is Lakota. His grandparents are night chases. He was a Ernest Night Chase. He was a Wapia Wichasha from the Corn Creek North area, and his wife, her name was Yellow Fox, Yellow Wolf. And so, is there any way, because this man is still laying in a morgue, and his family wants to bring him home to North to bury him beside his mother, and there's no help. Every time they call to social services, they get the same thing. Enrollment can't find this. So is there a way that we as a tribe, as legislators, can do something to emergency enroll him, just so we can get him home and properly buried? Because he's a Sichungu, and we help everyone else. What can we do to help this family, the Night Chase family?
I hope she was online listening to you.
I know. I hope she was.
Eileen, are you online?
We can enroll him posthumously.
Okay, so what do I tell the family then from Vegas? They're calling, and it's been, he has a brother that lives here, Seasoned Sunhawk. And the family, it's been it's been really high. He's in California. So how can we do that where we can get it started right away? Because we really need to bring him back. His family is, they're in mourning heavily, and they don't know where to turn to.
Maybe call Darlene over and she can assign an enrollment number to him for him, and then she can tell us about that process on enrolling him posthumously.
Okay. That's Lisa? Okay.
We lose our quorum.
I think so, yeah.
4, 5,
Muster form.
6, 7, 8. Well, we'll take 15. See if we get it back. Let's take a break.
15-minute break, council.
Native Lives Matter or something?